The story begins with a story about a certain Li Shulai, who at the age of 28 made a fatal decision. The daredevil turned down a highly paid position and left one of the country's 100 best companies. The joyful red-haired guy exclaimed that his former colleagues could now see him off and wish him luck. Many colleagues wanted to help their former leader and wished him a bright future. Sometime later, events continued to occur in one of the expensive restaurants in the city. The people around Li Shulai couldn't believe that one day they would have to say goodbye. After all, everyone knew that it was not easy to reach the position of their former leader. Moreover, Director Guo was very well disposed towards the man, and a great future awaited him. In fact, the main character had already decided everything for himself and he wanted to enjoy life. Thus, everyone realized that he would be able to spend more time with his girlfriend and not do unnecessary things. Colleagues nevertheless decided to ask their manager what he still plans to do in the future. The man replied that perhaps he would open a cafe and also get a dog and a cat. This news made the interlocutors very happy, and they were very happy for Li Shulai. Other employees of the company had their own problems, which is why they were not able to leave their jobs, although they really wanted to. The friendly man even promised that as soon as his comrades came to his cafe, he would definitely give them a discount. For such a joyful event, they decided to drink a glass of wine in order to celebrate the dismissal of the boss. Everyone understood perfectly well that Li Shulai should have a successful future, since he is an incredibly ambitious person. A few months later, Li finally fulfilled his old dream, and his cafe really turned out to be very cozy and successful. It attracted local celebrities, so there were a lot of visitors. Working in his own coffee shop, and the main character was full of hopes for a bright future. He really liked this job because Li really liked serving such nice people. The boy also decided to brag to his girlfriend named Gai Feng that last month their coffee shop had already made a net profit of more than 100,000 yuan. Next year, they will be able to reimburse absolutely all the money spent on opening the cafe. The girl in love praised her lover and was very proud of him, because he really was a great guy. At first, the main character thought that he was taking a big risk when he quit his job. Having spent all his savings, mortgaging his house to open a cafe, he invested more than 1 million yuan in it. No one then could have thought that this would be the most correct decision made in his life, until one fatal event happened that seriously affected the life of Li Shulai. Bulldozers that are used for construction and demolition of buildings have arrived at the hero's cafe. Looking at everything that was happening, the young man was outraged and did not understand what was happening here and why his cafe was being destroyed. As it turned out, one of the workers knew that this land had been purchased, so all the buildings were subject to demolition. Indignant at this outcome of events, Li could not understand why no one warned him, because they were obliged to report the demolition of the building. The unperturbed employee explained to his brother that it would be better for him to ask the landlord about this, since they knew nothing about this situation. Taking out the phones in his pocket, the guy exclaimed that the workers should wait a little, because he needed to find out everything. After calling his landlord, Li immediately began asking for an explanation as to why he had not been notified of the building's demolition. At this moment, the workers only laughed at the hero, since he apparently rented this site in vain and did not know that this building was subject to demolition. The landlord believed that he had previously told Li that the building would be demolished in the future, and explained that in any case the guy would be able to find another place to rent and the cafe would move. However, the dissatisfied guy understood that he had invested a large amount of money in the promotion and renovation of this building. But this didn't bother the man at all, because they couldn't stop the dismantling, which is why the hero needs to come up with something himself. Intensely angry, Li insisted that the landlord had a duty to report the building's demolition, and shouted in a commanding tone that he be compensated for the damages or it would be considered a breach of contract. Looking at everything that was happening, the workers believed that the guy was still too young for such things, because when you open a business, you need to take into account absolutely all possible risks. Thus, the hero realized that the landlord deliberately hid the whole truth. Laughing arrogantly, the fat man exclaimed that Li Shulai could sue him, but it would be better to save money on a lawyer so as not to embarrass himself. In any case, the scoundrel, along with the rent, transferred all responsibility for the premises to the main character. In addition, at the time of signing the contract, he did not know anything about it, and thought that the building would be demolished a little later, and the exact date was announced later. Still, the landlord believed that the young man earned decent money during the time the cafe was open. The wretch continued to laugh and said that he could give 10,000 yuan as compensation and no more. However, during a telephone conversation, the daughter was heard discussing with her dad that they wanted to go on a tour of Antarctica. costing 170,000 yuan per person. The man no longer wanted to involve Lee in this conversation, so he said that he had something to do and they could talk later. The red-haired man tried his best to get as much compensation as possible since what was happening at the moment was a big crime. Unfortunately, the workers did not care at all, and they continued to demolish the buildings as if nothing had happened. Lee's whole body was trembling because he did not know what to do in this situation, since all his savings were invested in this particular cafe. Furiously baring his teeth, the hero could not believe that he should bear all the responsibility and losses in connection with the current situation. The determined guy realized that he must protect his brainchild. Having appeared in front of many workers, the young man was thinking over the next plan of action to protect his own cafe. Sometime later, sitting in his own home, Lee reflected on the situation. Hoping for the best, the guy wrote to his landlord asking him to at least return the money for 3 years of rent. However, subsequently, the messages never arrived. Since the landlord successfully blocked the hero, suddenly, the beloved entered the room and called Sulai. At that moment, the girl did not yet know what happened to the cafe and did not even suspect anything. Seeing his girlfriend, the boy was immediately happy because with her he could relax a little. The hero then only thought that it was good that he had Gai Feng, because as long as she was nearby, he would never give up. A few minutes later, Lee finally decided to tell his girlfriend what happened, and she decided to ask if he had figured out how to solve this problem. The boy asked the girl not to worry because they could start all over again. He calculated everything, and if he managed to sell the furniture and fittings, they could earn from 100 to 200,000 yuan. Subsequently, when the landlord returns the money, they can receive several 100,000 more. However, these words did not particularly calm the girl, but she still continued to listen. Next time the young man was going to find a better place, given their reputation, regular customers should come to the new cafe. After thinking for a while, Gai Feng said that she would like to talk about Zhao Lid. Hearing this name, the hero immediately thought that this scoundrel was pestering his girlfriend again. Bowing her head and embarrassed, the girl explained that this was not the case at all. Narrowing her eyes nervously, Gai Feng said that she wanted to break up with Li Shulai. These words shocked the man. He could not believe that he was being abandoned at such a moment. Grabbing his beloved's hand, the boy began to ask why Gai didn't believe him and begged to give him a little more time because he was ready to do everything to solve this problem. When he had problems with work, he decided everything and reached a new level, and now he is ready to do exactly the same, but only with business. Hugging her ex-boyfriend, Gai Feng explained that what she really wanted to do was help him, but Zhao Lid was a very generous person. Even before she agreed to be with him, he gave her a handbag worth several 100,000 yuan. Taking the purse in her hands, the girl showed it and said that it was really very cool and worth it. Hearing this, the hero realized that his girlfriend had accepted gifts from Zhao Lid while she was still in a relationship. This was true, but Gai Feng understood that Zhao Lid had much more money than her ex-boyfriend. Looking at Li, Gai Feng still did not understand what she really wanted. Since her interlocutor had a very handsome appearance and was also in excellent physical shape. Rushing into Li Shulai's arms, Gai explained that Zhao was already quite old and would die in a few years, so she planned to spend the rest of her life with him. However, as soon as Zhao Lid died, she wanted to enter into a relationship with Li Shulai again, because she loved him very much. The impudent girl exclaimed that when she saw this old man, she realized that he could help them, because he said that if Gai agreed to be with him, he would immediately give her 1,000,000 yuan. This million was a truly impressive amount of money. It could even save an entire country. Unfortunately, the main character did not like this solution to the problem. And even if he was left without a home and food, he still did not want his woman to sell her body to feed him. Continuing to look at his ex-girlfriend, the young man exclaimed that he did not want to see her anymore. Feeling very angry, Li waved his hand and ordered Gai to get out of his house immediately. Gai could not have expected such a turn of events, but still she did not react. Turning around, the girl began to leave, and at the last moment exclaimed that she did not want to date a guy who could not even afford to buy a house. Not wanting to listen to all this, Lee again shouted for the impudent person to get out of his house as quickly as possible. Sometime later, evening came and it was pouring rain outside. The main character gradually developed depression, and he walked in the rain without an umbrella, and all his clothes were wet. Continuing to walk down the street, the boy was only thinking about how much money he would be able to get from selling furniture. His house was full of people with debts, and everyone paid them off. Everything was fine with them. Earlier, several strong men came to Li Shulai and turned to him and asked when he was going to repay his favor. One of the hooligans came closer and said that if the hero did not return the money, then they would have to speak badly. All these memories were indeed disturbing for Lee, and he continued to think about what to do next. A few minutes later, the young man found himself near a landfill where piles of garbage lay. Despite the danger, Lee began to walk towards the fenced area, and apparently he really wanted to get there. At the moment, Lee found himself at the most difficult stage of his life, and from a successful entrepreneur he turned into trash. As it turned out, he came to the place where his cafe had previously been, but now it was completely destroyed. Starting to pray, the hero begged God to stop mocking him. However, at that moment, Lee Shulai decided for himself that as soon as he was able to get back on his feet, he would definitely show everyone how cool he was. A few hours later, the young man woke up. As it turned out, he had been unconscious all this time. The workers were shocked by the incident that occurred at the construction site, because it turned out that there was an accident in which Lee Shulai died. Lee Shulai died at the age of 28 when he was hit by a crane. In fact, at that moment, the main character did not understand that he had truly died. In the form of a ghost, he flew over his body and felt some strange sensation. At the same time, the police announced that people should not interfere with the place where the man died, and doctors had already arrived to save him. However, as soon as they arrived at the scene, they realized that this man could no longer be saved. According to the young man, people's reaction was indeed peculiar. The doctors were not surprised by what happened, but the workers were simply shocked. All this time, Lee thought only that good people deserve good rewards, but apparently not him. This cursed place played a role in the life of Lee Shulai because he died there. Then the boy realized that the place where he died was his cafe, which was destroyed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an incredibly bright light appeared, and something strange began to happen. Watching everything that was happening, Lee did not understand where such a bright light came from, because there were only the ruins of his cafe. However, soon after this, some strange inscriptions began to appear, notifying about something. Seeing these inscriptions, the young man thought that it was like some kind of carousel of memories. She had collected all the memories of his entire life. There were really a lot of memories, and the boy didn't even imagine that he knew so much, but he still didn't understand how it applied to him. Many different phenomena appeared before his eyes, from the formation of black holes to strange floating islands. While observing all sorts of phenomena, he also saw the devil, whom people worshipped. With every second, the hero felt that these pictures were becoming more and more clear. Having taken one step, suddenly the worried boy began to fall, not understanding what was happening to him. This fall was made into the abyss, and it seemed that he would never find a way out of it again. Subsequently, after the fall, Lee lost consciousness, but after some time he woke up. Opening his eyes, the young man began to look around, because he wanted to understand where he was. Having finally come to his senses, Lee Shulai sat together in what looked like a school, and a friend nearby asked if he was okay. Looking at his friend, the hero began to remember who he was and why he ended up here. As it turned out, it was Zhang Ming, and a worried Lee began to ask if he was really dead. Not understanding what was happening, Zhang Ming answered his comrade that he was talking some kind of nonsense, and nothing surprising had happened before. Beginning to realize what was happening, Lee stood up from his desk, hoping that this was just some kind of dream. However, he thought that this was probably heaven. Throughout his life, he tried to do good deeds, accumulated virtue in order to get to heaven. But his friend did not understand what was happening to Lee, and asked him to sit at his desk because his favorite university subject was now being taught. Feeling anxious, Zhang Ming decided to find out what his comrade was dreaming about. The teacher also looked at the strange guy and decided to find out why he stood up in the middle of the lecture. It was then that Lee Shulai realized that Professor Guo had approached him. He was the most respected person in the protagonist's life. When the young man was at school, his family was poor, but thanks to the help of a teacher and letters of recommendation, he was able to continue his studies. Unfortunately, a tragedy occurred, due to which the professor died. All this happened because of a conflict with a student during his studies. However, the teacher was innocent and he did absolutely nothing, but his words were not accepted by anyone. The man whom the main character respected most died right before his eyes. After shaking hands with his teacher, the young man suggested that the professor was also now in heaven. Hugging the man, Lee began to thank him for helping him earlier in his studies, because without the efforts of the professor, the young man would not be here. Bowing his head, the hero wished the teacher success and wealth in his new life. Unfortunately, the teacher did not take his students' words into account, and the ISO hit him right on the head with a roll of paper with all his might. Experiencing rage, the man began to shout that he should not be recorded as a dead man and suggested that Lee Sulai had drunk heavily before class yesterday. The comrade decided to approach Lee and calm him down, telling the professor that they would sort everything out among themselves. Jiang Ming also did not understand what was happening here and asked Sulai to quickly return to his place because of this, he could fail the exam. The caring friend continued to convince the hero that this was not a dream, but a real activity in which they should listen to the teacher. This was probably true, but Lee Sulai could not understand how he ended up here. Looking at all the students sitting at their desks, the young man tried to realize what had happened. A friend asked the red-haired boy to wash his face after class and also asked him to stop staying awake at night. But the main character was fundamentally not satisfied with everything that happened because he did not understand why he should study even in heaven. Thus, the lecture continued, and as if nothing had happened, the teacher continued teaching his subject. Looking back, Lee saw Xiaoning. In his previous life, he had not heard of her for a long time and did not understand why she died at such a young age. The girl was not one of the timid ones and also began to glare at the main character. The guy at that moment felt a look of complete disgust on himself. The friend, meanwhile, turned to Xiaoning and suggested that Li Shulai was specially attracting her attention in this way. The young man could not take his eyes off the girls and continued to look at them. The friend also felt awkward because she thought that perhaps she was mistaken, because the scoundrel was now looking at her too. Embarrassed, Xiaoning exclaimed that she would now not look at Li Shulai at all, since she did not need him. Although the girl denied that she liked Li, it was clear that she was very embarrassed when people looked at her. Zhang Ming immediately noticed that the professor was not taking his eyes off Li and asked him not to turn around so as not to draw attention to himself. The professor was really unhappy that one of the best students was breaking discipline during class. However, the hero noticed that even after death, the professor had a very stern look. Looking at his desk, the boy saw that in front of him was a book about financial markets and investments. This place really didn't look like paradise, since there were too many similarities with real life. The hero previously studied the topic of financial markets and investments at his university during his studies. Feeling anxious, the boy finally realized that if he was not hallucinating now, then something amazing had happened. Everything happened as if in some popular novel, and Li Sulai was able to be reborn. Suddenly, recess began and all the students heard the bell. The young man still could not believe that this really happened, and continued to think about what had happened. The concerned comrade began to ask his friend what happened to him, because he usually behaved differently in class. Falling asleep was clearly not Li Shulai's style. Zhang Ming understood this. That is why the friend began to guess that something probably happened to his friend. After thinking a little, Zhao handed the money to his friend because perhaps this was the problem. The caring young man exclaimed that he would be happy to help Li if he needed money. However, the hero thanked his comrade and said that he did not need money because he still had enough for this month. Zhao began to convince his friend that he could rely on him because his monthly expenses were increasing every time, but he still had money. The protagonist's best friend gave 100 yuan and said that Li could consider it an investment in the future. Chao's father told him that Li's parents' business would prosper in the future, and if one day his parents considered him a failure and kicked him out, he hoped that he could find refuge with Zhu Lai. Thus, the hero decided to accept this money, which was so kindly given to him. But it was not free of charge, because the young man said that if Zhang Ming needed money in the future, he could apply at any time. This turn of events greatly pleased the comrade, and he said that they should eat a lot of meat today. Sometime later, night fell and events continued to occur in the dorm. The main character lay in his bed and continued to reflect on what happened that night when he died. After some thought, he finally realized that he was reborn while he was studying at the university, namely in 1998. This event was indeed very successful in his life because it was a second chance. The hero remembered that it was dark when he died. The chronology of events was indeed very mixed up and confused. It turns out that Li Sulai was able to make a time jump, which is why he ended up in 1998. But he also saw the future and did not understand where the space shuttle came from in his memories. He decided to stop thinking about this because there were more important things to do. This was a great chance to start life anew and organize a successful business that he had dreamed of for so long. Continuing to look for a comfortable position to sleep, the young man noticed that the silhouette of his comrade was hanging next to him. The dissatisfied Zhang Ming could not understand why Sulai was still awake, as if he had gone completely crazy. The hero decided to agree with his comrade and said that he would go to bed right away. The guy was really very glad that everything turned out this way because now he can change everything. The best friend did not understand what was going on because during the day Lee looked restless, as if he owed $1 million, and in the evening he began to pretend to be a fool. God gave Lee Shulai another chance, and by living a new life he could really change everything. Now, the hero realized that he would help his loved ones, and no one else would die. A lot of people from his past life had done bad things, and he wanted to get even with them. After all, such people really deserve the togetherness that Lee Shulai had dreamed of for so long. The smart guy wanted to use all his knowledge and was going to become the richest man in the world. Early in the morning, events continued to occur in the classroom, where classes were soon to begin. Right determined, Zulai continued to study diligently to achieve new heights. He also thought through a plan because he had been reborn and now he could start all over again. He needed to plan all his actions for the next few years. Since 1998, China's economy will undergo major transformations. After reforms in 2003, housing prices began to rise sharply. There was just one problem, in fact. At the moment, his funds did not allow him to buy real estate. Without initial capital, it would not have been possible to invest in the stock market, the internet, and technology, exports and retail trade. Despite the rebirth, the hero was still in poverty. If a young man wants to change his life, it is very important to accumulate capital during the period from 1998 to 2003. But at least he had some knowledge that could help him a lot. At the same time, the comrade noticed that Lee Shulai had been strange since yesterday. However, the hero decided not to show it and did not talk about what he was planning. Looking at the main character's notes, his friend saw that he was writing about finance, computers, and so on, as if he wanted to change his profession. But in his opinion, the financial sector was great. For example, in the future, he planned to enter the market with his own products. Lee Shulai only said that he just wanted to plan everything in advance because his family was not particularly wealthy. A sincere guy, believed in his friend and said that he has excellent grades. The worst place they can take him is the bank. A bright future awaits the two of them. So you shouldn't worry. As it turned out, the hero had previously wanted to get a job at a bank after he graduated from the university, but he was simply not accepted there. Still, Lee Shulai said that all is not lost. The prospects for the development of his parents' small business are very good. They just gave up early. They were already thinking about returning home. They wanted to take up farming, and now Lee wanted to convince them. But fortunately, even with agriculture, his parents succeeded thanks to his father's ingenuity, despite the average disadvantage of the family, and they no longer worried about food and clothing. After hearing information about the Lee family's business, Zhang Ming said that he would ask Dad to analyze the prospects for the development of his parents' business in order to help them. The good-natured comrade wanted to do everything possible to make Lee successful and rich. The guy really liked this idea, so he thanked his friend saying that he would really like this. Unfortunately, Zhang's father had been very busy lately. A new restaurant had opened in the city center, but so far it had not been very popular, which made things a bit overwhelming. Having heard about this restaurant, the boy immediately began to remember the old time when he used to study at the university. Looking at his comrade's reaction, Ming immediately thought that Lee already knew about his father's restaurant. Uncle Zhang's business was indeed very big, but he had bad luck because he ran into bad people. In the end, Zhang Ming declared himself bankrupt and then disappeared. In the memories of the main character, a former comrade cried and said that he needed to leave the city. He could not even say when he would return back. Being in 1998, Lee Shulai could not believe that the fate of his comrade turned out exactly like that at that moment. That is why the hero decided that he would help his friend, saying that if a business is developing, then it is worth paying attention to liquidity, so as not to inadvertently offend anyone. These words only made the young man laugh, and he asked Lee not to speak like a grandfather because his dad is aware of all this, so there is no need to worry. The determined Sulai understood that he still had to prove to Zhang Ming that his father was going to the wrong step, and the business would be doomed to failure. In order not to forget in the future about the need to help, the hero wrote this down in his notebook, and in the future he planned to find the villain himself and help deal with him. During lunch, Zhang Ming always bought more food to share with Lee Shulai. Knowing that his family was going through a crisis, his comrade was always ready to help with money, but asked not to think that he was just giving it away, because in the future, with interest, Lee was obliged to return everything. The good guy was always ready to help, so the hero decided that it was time to repay him in kind. For some time, events continued to occur in the hostel. The young man was taking a shower and thinking that with his current capabilities and marital status, it would not be easy to become a leader. In his previous life, due to lack of education, he was never able to get a good job. Fortunately, the hero quickly decided to change the industry. Thanks to his persistence and perseverance, he managed to achieve success in programming. In any case, he will have to look for something suitable on the internet. In the near future, the internet will develop rapidly. Many influential people will appear, and you will need to grab every opportunity so as not to find yourself at the bottom. In 1999, Yang Feilong became the founder of the Feilong Company in Hansha City. The company was on its feet in just a few months, which meant that Zhulai had his first opportunity for promotion. The guy's knowledge gained from his past life will be very useful to him. One might say that now he is a real programming guru, and if he manages to start cooperation with Feilong, there will be nothing to worry about. But before that, it will be necessary to accumulate initial capital in order to get to the very top. The smart guy tried with all his might not only to rewrite his destiny, but also to change the destiny of China, so that the whole world would undergo changes. Looking around, the hero noticed that while he was bathing, his soap fell on the floor. Trying to bend over for the soap, Lee had a strange feeling, as if someone was watching him. Looking back, the young man wanted to understand what was going on, and who could be standing behind him. As it turned out, it was his friend who was watching everything that was happening. Starting to laugh, Zhang Ming said that the soap must be lifted in order to continue taking a shower. It all looked rather strange, and Lee immediately suspected something was wrong. However, as it turned out, it was just a joke, and Zhang Ming's humor was quite peculiar. As if nothing had happened, the boy said that he would go get dressed, and his friend could continue to wash. Watching his best friend, the hero noticed that there was some strange glow around him. Looking at this strange light, Li Shulai could not understand why the steam turned golden. In fact, it was not steam but a magical light which he had already seen near his cafe. Trying to find out something about the magical glow, Li decided to ask his friend if he saw the same thing. Unfortunately, the comrade saw absolutely nothing. He even thought that his friend was gradually going crazy. After thinking a little, Li assumed that he was probably hallucinating, because soon the golden light simply disappeared. A concerned friend asked the hero to go to the medical office so that he could be prescribed some medicine, because lately he had been acting strange. However, at this moment the young man was only trying to understand what kind of strange light was circling around him. The next day, events continued to occur at the university. The girls were walking in the dining room and getting ready to eat while discussing that Li Shulai had been acting strange lately. Indignant, the girl exclaimed that there was no need to worry about this scoundrel because he appears and disappears whenever he wants, and she doesn't care about him at all. Laughing, the friend suggested that Xiao Ning would never change his attitude towards Li. In fact, at that moment, the girl only thought that all this was really strange, because in the past, Li was always interested in her, namely what courses she chose, what additional class she would take, and also always followed her. Previously, when she went to the library, he would go with her, and Zulai always sat where Xiaoning would see him. Not to mention simple walks, even if the young man came to class. Now he sat behind and read some books. Starting to laugh loudly, the friend suggested that the doggy in love had simply become a nerd, and perhaps decided to prepare for the entrance exams for graduate school. Just at this moment, the main character passed not far from the girls, and at that moment he was reading a book. The inquisitive young man thought about the fact that he could not just sit and wait for 8 months. Yang Feilong's business had not taken into account some problems during the opening, so he wanted to figure it out on his own. Continuing to watch Li, Xiaoning felt awkward and even angry at the guy because he was not paying attention to her. All this time, the girl was thinking about what was going on. He decided to play with her. You couldn't expect anything else from an obedient dog. The main character was so engrossed in reading that he didn't even notice the girl who was standing nearby. Due to the instant collision, the disgruntled lady dropped her lunch and it fell to the floor. Starting to scream loudly, the girls expressed their dissatisfaction and said that Li Sulai was blind because he crashed into them. Because of this, the young man even got distracted from reading and said that he did not do it on purpose, asking if Xiaoning and her friend were okay. Experiencing intense rage, the girl shouted that Li Shulai should stop following her and generally trying to attract her attention, since she was not interested in him. The dissatisfied lady continued to say that Li had already caused her a lot of trouble. The friendly boy still bent down to pick up the food that Xiaoning dropped during the collision and apologized for what happened. Trying not to react emotionally, the young man apologized for the ridiculous situation that arose due to his inattention. Taking money out of his wallet, the hero said that he would pay and if necessary, he would buy another portion of food. Turning around, the interlocutor was embarrassed, but said that she did not need money and asked Lee Siu-lai to be more careful and watch where he was going, because you never know, even a car could crush him. This turn of events surprised Lee, but he agreed with the girl's words, since he was indeed quite inattentive. Just a few seconds later, the main character had already continued to read information about the problems of Fei Long's company and thought that this was even mentioned in the media. Such a strange reaction surprised the girls very much, and Xiaoning's friend realized that Lee didn't even notice that she took care of him. Observing the actions of the young man, the girl suggested that perhaps he was buying her something, although she thought that he was too thick-skinned for this. Looking at her friend, the girl noticed that she was looking at him strangely. After all, before, Lee Siu-lai would have immediately rushed to help her and offered to prepare new food, but now he only got away with money. Reacting negatively to such a statement, Xiaoning exclaimed that she was not at all interested in Lee. Starting to get angry, the girl only said that she would need another portion of food. At that moment, she only thought that Lee Siu-lai would not be able to interest her if she showed coldness and indifference when communicating. A few minutes later, events continued to take place in the dining room, in the dining table area, where the main character continued to eat and read a book. Unexpectedly, Xiaoning walked up to Lee and addressed him by name. The dissatisfied girl said that the two of them would need to talk. Experiencing misunderstanding, the boy asked, "What was the matter? And why should they talk?" After all, they had already settled everything. Embarrassed and blushing, Xiaoning didn't quite understand why her interlocutor was asking her about the need to talk. Still, she said that she didn't want to talk anymore and asked the guy to continue eating. This situation irritated her very much because Lee had previously shown signs of attention, and it was clear that he was in love. But at the moment, the situation is the opposite. As if nothing had happened, the red-haired boy was reading his book and taking some notes. But Zhao Ning was very annoyed by such coldness towards her, since she sat opposite her lover for 3 minutes, and he still continued to read the book and did not even pay attention to her. Suddenly, Lee Siu-lai suddenly saw something unusual, and his expression immediately changed. The pleased girl thought that Lee was looking at her and guessed that he should soon talk to her. However, feeling angry, the hero did not look at Zhao Ning at all. It turned out that this was the same girl who framed the professor, and because of her, he lost his life. This rich and arrogant girl was called Zhang Xueli. She was always surrounded by many fans. Continuing to observe Lee, Xiao Ning assumed that he had changed his target. Zhang Xueli was always dressed well. Her family is very rich and influential, which is why it is not surprising that he liked her. Still, the girl wanted to talk about Xueli, saying that under her mask there was a terrible person, and Lee Siu-lai would never receive reciprocity from her. Without reacting at all, the young man said that his interlocutor probably misunderstood everything, but he was not going to discuss anything with her. As soon as the hero finished eating, he immediately began to leave, without even talking to his former lover. Surprised by this behavior on the part of the guy, Zhao Ning exclaimed that he did not dare to do this to her. However, at that moment, the young man's thoughts were occupied by a completely different girl, namely Zhang Xueli, because in a past life the professor lost his own life because of her. The scoundrel forced the man to take such extreme measures, using her status to bribe the media. She led the man into a dead end. Even the professor's wife and son suffered. They constantly whispered behind their backs while studying and working. Throughout his life, the elderly man was faithful to his wife, treated students responsibly, and also took care of his son. Well, it turned out that the public destroyed him. No one knew that the professor did not have enough strength to fight. Now he had no arguments in his favor, and his name could no longer be whitened. The desperate professor understood that he would never touch his own students. At that moment, many people were watching everything that was happening and were waiting for what would happen next. The main character was also in the crowd of onlookers and tried to convince the professor that everything would work out. The man kept his words all his life and was true to them. The only thing he regretted was his wife and son, who would have to live with all this. When Lee Siu-lai arrived at the scene, he realized that there was nothing more he could do to help Professor Guo. Nearby were also Chang Guo's wife and son, who only saw his body after the accident. Later, the professor's wife could not withstand such a blow and also lost her life, leaving her 10-year-old son to the mercy of fate. The boy could only live with serious mental trauma after his parents died. Zhang Xueli was the culprit behind everything that was happening, But she didn't care at all about the deaths of several people. Her friend also considered the professor a clown because he was not young and would have died someday anyway. It's time at his age to buy instead from the cemetery before they become more expensive. At that moment, the hero heard the scoundrel's conversation with his friends and immediately became indignant. According to Zhang Shuili, in any case, the last one will definitely not stay. Daddy will always cover her, and the death of the professor was not her fault, because life is the most precious thing they have, and it is not clear why he died. Feeling furious, Li Shulai realized that only Zhang Shuili should have died, but the professor and his wife should have lived. At that very second, Xiaoning touched Li's hand, and he moved from memory to reality. Even the girl didn't understand why she grabbed her interlocutor's hand, because she didn't want to show her sympathy for him. As it turned out, even at this moment, the young man continued to think that he would force Zhang Shuili to bow before him, because she had to pay for the bloodshed. The dissatisfied girl began to tremble, because she saw that her interlocutor did not react at all to her outburst. Suddenly, Li Shulai said that he knows what Xiaoning thinks about him, and believes that he is in love with her, but begins to look at other girls, but because of feelings of jealousy, he does not want to allow it. Trying to justify herself, the girl did everything possible. But at that moment, the hero decided to ask her if she knew what was most important in the financial industry. Having gathered her thoughts, the interlocutor replied that the most important thing is basic knowledge, foresight, and perseverance. In fact, her answer was wrong, because the most important thing is liquidity. Without it, the market will not exist. In the future, Xiaoning will learn about the masters of finance, whose successful work fully depends on risk management and liquidity optimization. This will be useful everywhere, be it stocks, bonds, derivatives, and more. After listening to the impudent man, Xiaoning thought about his words and realized that this did not look like idle chatter. Turning around, the young man exclaimed that if the girl continued to only read books, she would soon become a nerd. Deciding to leave, Li only said that sometimes she should think about more serious things, and wished the interlocutor good luck. Because of this phrase, the girl was at a loss and did not understand what her interlocutor was talking about. After thinking for a while, she still realized that Li Shulai was probably looking down on her, and she didn't like the way he behaved. Trying to continue the dialogue, Xiaoning shouted the name of the main character, but he was nowhere to be found as he was in a hurry. The situation that happened left the girl with a bad impression of the young man. After all, she understood that she was in such a stupor that she could not even utter a word. Li began to realize that Xiaoning didn't understand anything, and in his previous life, he didn't even notice how flighty she was. However, as he began to remember Xiaoning from his past life, the young man realized that his friend had previously told her that Li Shulai was really handsome, and all girls dream of honest guys, so he is a good candidate. Unfortunately, the lady did not appreciate the hero's candidacy and said that one should not compare a cat with a dog, and she did not like him. The smug girl tried to make him fall in love with her in this way, which is why she was cold. Sighing heavily, the hero realized that in his past life he was too young and green, so he never noticed how bad she treated him. Li was literally fascinated by her. A lot of energy was wasted. Feeling embarrassed, the young man seemed to begin to realize that the beauty probably liked him, but now he decided that he would no longer serve anyone and would only focus on improving his financial situation. From now on, Li Shulai promised himself that he would no longer make a fool of himself and would rather stay out of reach in order to succeed in business. Young Feilong will become a very popular figure, so he will constantly have a bunch of annoying women hanging around him. It was really interesting whether appearance, shortcomings, and low status are really important, because in any case, it is better to gain strength than any shortcomings will be hidden behind power. The self-confident young man decided to abandon the fleeting flirtation and invest all his strength in wealth and power in order to achieve what he wants. Although this whole situation with moving to 1998 was like a waking dream, the main character really liked this dream because in it he was in an ideal position, when everything can be changed. Sometime later, events continued to occur in the men's dormitory. Grabbing his friend's hand, Zhang Ming invited him to go to his house because his mother wouldn't be home anyway, and they weren't going to miss the football match. At that very moment, it dawned on the young man because he heard that Brazil would play against France today, and after his rebirth, he probably knew that Brazil would lose this match. The smart guy still refused the offer because today he had not yet figured out his tasks. In fact, he had already seen this game and did not understand what could be interesting in it. First, he had to fulfill his #1 dream and infiltrate the Feilong company. Feeling bewildered, the comrade could not understand what had happened to his brother. Frightened, Jiang Ming began to convince Li that today was the World Championship, and he could not miss such an event since it takes place once every 4 years. Still, the best friend guessed that Li was probably trying to woo Xiaoning with the help of his brains, but the hero denied it. Such a situation aroused fear in his comrade, since Li had never behaved like this before. The comrade decided to propose an unusual bet and wanted to place a bet. The loser washes his underwear and smelly socks, because under his mattress there is a whole pile of dirty socks that were waiting for Li Sulai. Smiling, the hero immediately agreed, because he understood that most likely he would win this argument. After a few seconds, the boy finally understood why there was such a stench in their room. After thinking a little, Comrade exclaimed that it seemed to him that the Brazilian team would win. Knowing the outcome of the match, Li said he was betting 3 € on France to win, and also believed that the opponents wouldn't even be able to hit the ball. Such an accurate bet greatly surprised Jiang Ming, and he decided to find out why his friend thought so. As he got closer, Mingus began to claim that his socks needed washing. However, the hero did not like these words, and he exclaimed that today he would not wash anyone's socks, and they would wait for Jiang Ming himself. Laughing, Comrade exclaimed that he would win, so he had nothing to worry about. He also mentioned that betting is starting to flourish, so the World Cup will show a lot. He was wondering when there will be a championship in their country. The friend had an incredible desire to get rich overnight, and if only he had lived abroad, then he would definitely have become rich. The main character also knew about this because previously he was very fond of football, and every time he thought what exactly the score would be, it was indeed always easy for the young man to predict the results of the match. In 2001, a universal lottery was held in China, thanks to which, perhaps, it would be possible to get rich. In fact, there is a chance to get rich just overnight, and a very big one. However, the main character was afraid of the butterfly effect. He had to clearly know which places to hit in order not to do anything bad. Understanding the complexity of decision-making, Li realized that he was usually always unlucky. Now he needed to figure out where to make his move so that it would be the right one. The young man sincerely hoped that in this life everything would be different, and in general, you can also place bets, but there are certain chances of losing. In any case, all these bets had a very high risk. There was no harm in dreaming, but the reality could be very tragic. In practice, everything was not so simple, and the hero understood this well. Touching his friend's shoulder, Li explained that he looks through the prism of rose-colored glasses and sees only those who got rich overnight and ignores the history of those who went bankrupt. Besides, they are all just poor students who, God willing, will only win a couple of times. But if they win constantly, then people will suspect such a person of cheating. Thus, if someone constantly wins, he may be arrested and subject to inspections. In addition, he will inevitably incur the hatred of others if he wins. Soon after this, the lucky one who received several winnings will not have time to look back when he will already be in a bag at the bottom of the lake. And even if such a person becomes insanely rich, no one is immune from the fact that the next day someone will not cut his throat. These words frightened Jiang Ming very much, and he did not know how to react to such statements. The smart young man understood that if you have money, then there is a high probability of losing your life. Trembling with fear, Jiang could not even imagine that his comrade was so educated in this regard. Putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, Li began to tell him to give up gambling and promised that Jiang Ming would absorb only positive energy. Starting to cry, the boy exclaimed that he promised that he would be honest and righteous. The comrade really couldn't believe that his brother had such rich knowledge and suggested that he probably came across someone very rich. Laughing loudly, the young man even suggested that his friend decided to become a righteous man because his girlfriend refused him. In fact, this was not the case. The hero only argued that he did not have time to fall in love. Li sincerely believed that he should focus on himself and not on wealth. Wealth will not be with him all his life, so he should listen. These words really hurt his friend, and he couldn't believe that Zulai really thought so. Sometime later, Jiang Ming was already going to a football match and asked Li again if he wanted to go with him because he also had snacks and beer. Turning around, the pleased hero said that he really wouldn't go. According to the comrade, this was indeed a strange act since no normal guy would refuse such a thing. Continuing to look at his friend, Jiang Ming suggested that Li probably has problems in his family. Now he doesn't have money, but he doesn't want to ask for it either, so he's most likely going to work part-time. That is why the boy realized that it would be better for him to simply be there. Like the most understanding friend, as he was about to leave, Zhang said that if Li needed anything, he should not be shy and could ask for it at any time. After his comrade left, the young man thought that he was sorry that they were lost in a past life. He thought that if Zhang had stayed, he would definitely have extended a helping hand. The friendly boy decided for himself that in any case, he would always be by Li Sulai's side. The red-haired daredevil understood that his comrade was indeed a very good person. Sometime later, events continued to occur in the computer science classroom. The smart guy decided to connect to one of the computers, and he succeeded. Thanks to innovation, there were no difficulties in connecting. The most amazing software of this time was successfully launched. The protagonist's diligence bore fruit. Therefore, after class, he immediately headed to the computer class, where he could easily write his own program. Looking back, he really couldn't even think of such success. The step to success was the disc in the hands of Li Shulai. Meanwhile, in the hallway, that same scoundrel was apologizing to teacher Lin for disturbing her and begging him to help her with her assignment. Seeing Zhang Shuili in the corridor, the young man immediately began to think through a further plan of action. To him, this girl was indeed very disgusting, since she did not bring anything good to this world. The impudent girl mocked the teacher and said that he should not tell anyone about their adventures. Teacher really felt awkward because he had woman's lipstick all over his face. Watching the university student, Li realized that this was another victim of hers. No one would have thought what methods she used to achieve her goals. Lost in memories, Zulai remembered what exactly happened earlier. The students discussed the veracity of the story with Professor Guo. No one could believe that he was really capable of something like that. Or it was another lie from Shueli, because she was rich and beautiful, which is why it is unknown why she would plot such intrigues. The other girls thought that Shueli was as beautiful as a flower. According to the girl, money is not the most important thing. Not only is she from an influential family, and it seemed to her that something else was involved in this story. The pink-haired girl couldn't believe what she heard and wanted to know what her interlocutor meant. The blonde was going to tell her, but asked her to keep it a secret. One of Shueli's roommates had previously told her that she often did not return to the dormitory. Not one of the teachers knew her exact address. Professor Guo suffered the most. Because of her impudence, he had to lose his life. Where those who did not succumb to its temptation fell under a wave of endless threats, people were in panic. There was even a situation where one of the students named Wang Huan had to leave school because of her, because he simply could not stand it. The relationship between students and teachers is very complex. Some teachers perceive students as their children and therefore try to protect them in every possible way. In addition, Shueli skillfully puts pressure on the weak points of everyone who falls on her hook. Everyone was outraged that so far, no one had really managed to reveal the true face of the scoundrel. The blonde understood that no one would dare to take such a risk. One had only to remember the story, what happened to Professor Guo. The main character was standing nearby and heard this conversation, which is why he fell into a stupor. Feeling awkward, the girls said that they had to go because this was not the right place for a sensitive conversation. However, the young man decided to grab one of the girls by the hand in order to find out something. Unfortunately, Li did not hear everything the girls were talking about and asked them to tell him too. Starting to cry, the blonde made excuses, saying that she just heard something in passing. Returning to the events of our time, the boy now realized that the teacher whom Shueli kissed also fell into her network. No one would have thought that this beautiful girl would turn out to be a simple snake who would begin to control the entire institute. But now, the hero has the opportunity to bring her down to earth, and it was necessary to put her in her place. It's just that while Li had another goal, namely to contact Yang Fei Long, the smart guy didn't want to waste extra energy on Shueli and was going to direct it in a different direction. At this moment, Shueli can only wait for her fate, because in any case, Li Shulai was going to take revenge on her. The dissatisfied young man understood that if the girl wanted to use the money to kill Professor Guo, then she should know that it would turn against her. Once the day comes when Shueli is humiliated, no one will help her anymore, and she will sink to the very bottom. Sometime later, Li came to the men's dormitory. A girl with dark hair suddenly started running towards him. It was at that moment that she accidentally crashed into him at high speed and a collision occurred. Feeling pain after the collision, the sweet girl fell to the floor and dropped all her books. The hero also began to feel a little uneasy as he was still standing on his feet. Extending his hands to the stranger, Li offered to help her so that she could get up. The sweet girl began to collect her books and said that she did not need help, because she could handle it herself. However, the boy did not listen to her and still began to help pack things. Because of the touch on her hand, the stranger became embarrassed and immediately blushed. Sighing heavily, the hero admitted that he had not noticed the girl and immediately apologized. Confused even more, the dark-haired girl said that everything was fine because she too was in a hurry. Suddenly, Li Shulai realized that Liao Kachin was standing in front of him. This girl is the author of a novel that became famous in the past life of the protagonist. He adored him. She was a real dark horse in the literary world. Her first book sold millions of copies. Liao Kexin was good at describing the life of urban youth. Her works are aimed not only at revealing love, but also many other aspects. She also has great talent and can brilliantly describe and reveal the character and image of a particular character in just a few words. When Li learned that Liao Kexin was from his graduation, his happiness really knew no bounds. This turn of events really confused the girl, because she did not expect that anyone would recognize her. Realizing that it was a mistake, Zhulai realized that he could not restrain his emotions, because no one knew about the writer yet. He began to make excuses. The young man said that he just saw Liao's article and wanted to say that her handwriting was really beautiful, as if the words came to life. Feeling awkward, the hero also said that he saw the interlocutor receive an award on stage and she looked amazing then. Such compliments really embarrassed the girl, but she was pleased that such a wonderful guy liked her. In the photographs from the press conference, she looked very elegant, but in life it was much simpler and more gentle. Li really didn't think that he would be able to see the idol of his youth, Liao. Kexin was truly a cutie, which made Li Shulai almost fall in love at first sight. After thinking a little, the boy realized that chasing the stars would definitely not be a waste of time. Deciding to take the initiative into his own hands, Li offered to help the interlocutor with the books. Smiling, the cutie said that there was no need to help her, and she could handle it herself. Sighing, the interlocutor explained that he did not want to tease or anything like that. He just thought that he could at least somehow help. At this moment, the hero really looked like a pervert, but he explained that he was a big fan of Liao Kexin, so he was a little excited. In her past life, Li did not have the opportunity to get to know the star better, since she lost her life due to prolonged depression. This event happened in her home. In a past life, Li saw this information on the news. Not everyone understood what kind of illness called depression was. According to some, this girl attracted too much attention to herself. Her parents raised her that way, and it was not clear why she did exactly that. Other people thought that anyone could write such a novel, and that writers should not earn money for such writing at all. Returning to the events of the present, the still unknown writer thanked the main character for his help. The boy kindly continued to help the girl, and even opened the door for her so that she could enter the office. The smart young man saw that the writer was actually very sensitive and vulnerable. Her main problem was that her family didn't value her at all. In addition, she was a future popular writer, so her fate definitely needed to be changed. Li Kulai wanted to get to know the girl better, because successful people should not only take advantage of opportunities, but also resources. Sometime later, the event continued to occur on the territory of the university. The boy claimed that the dark-haired girl was very similar to his cousin. She also loved to write, and was even able to receive a district award for her essay. But his sister was less fortunate than the girls. After all, she still has a younger brother, since her family is patriarchal. I was not allowed to further develop in writing, so her dreams collapsed. She had to get a regular job. At the same time, the young man understood that now his interlocutor should say at least something. After thinking a little, the girl finally said that she actually also has a younger brother. This even made her shed a tear because she felt like she was in the same situation as cousin Li. Nevertheless, over time, the cousin said that she would fight injustice, so the Trace girls should be more diligent and develop their business in order to fulfill their dream. Previously, the hero learned from the news that the writer was the eldest child in a family, for whom the demand is usually much greater than for a younger child, so there was a lot of pressure on her. Her whole family literally sucked the blood from her. Other people wanted to get rich at her expense and offered Ms. Liao various dubious projects and pressured her to invest money in them. Unfortunately, Liao understood absolutely nothing about business and how exactly it works, which is why she quickly agreed to the terms of the deal. An unfamiliar man convinced her that as long as she worked on the project, there would be no shortage of resources, because they would make an advance payment of 20% of the total cost. In the end, she was not allowed to stay and work on the project. The opportunity was lost. Her parents ordered her to quit because they did not like Liao's work. The mother continued to yell at her eldest daughter, saying that she had become too busy with her work. Moreover, out of 3,000 yuan, she gave only 1,000. That is why the mother insisted that Liao marry the fart Zhang. He would feed and clothe her since he liked students, and then he would finally be able to help the family. Liao was a very good person, because unlike her fool brother, she did not spend the family's money. On the contrary, she helped her in every possible way. But it was unclear how her mother even came up with such a bad idea about getting married. All this time, Liao could not understand what was her fault, because she did everything possible for her family. Experiencing intense sadness and melancholy, the girl nevertheless pulled herself together and quit in despair. Due to being busy with a regular job, she interrupted her writing activities. Unfortunately, Liao missed a very good opportunity to develop. The person who replaced her became very famous. This man was called the dark horse of the literary world. He was the winner of several awards. Looking at the posters with the very man who replaced Liao in the world of writers, she completely despaired and no longer wanted to live like this. Day after day, she lived a very boring and monotonous life. The money she earned through hard work could not be spent on her business, so she had to give it to her family. After paying the rent, there wasn't much money left, and she thought her mom would get angry again. All this time, Liao was subjected to physical and psychological pressure. She began to suffer from prolonged depression, but fortunately, later she found solace in writing. Despite the fact that she was a little late, she still managed to enter the literary world and was now popular. But the good times did not last long. Even if the earnings became stable, the family still did not have enough money. The father even threatened his daughter that he would die if she did not buy a car for her younger brother. The parents always convinced the daughter that her brother needed expensive gifts, and Liao did not deserve anything. The impudent mother knew that her daughter had money since she was able to get good capital for the book. It's not that the writer never thought about how to leave her family, and even made every effort to do so. However, one day a fatal event occurred, because of which the girl realized that she would no longer be able to live normally. The mother was dressed in rags and told the reporter that she was Liao's mother, and literally begged to talk to her, because according to her, she was starving and wandering around. It was then that everyone found out that the girl had abandoned her parents because previously, everyone considered her kind, the same as the heroines from her books. All the people thought that she was different, but in fact they realized that she was cruel. Repeated explanations and justifications, as well as hate on the internet and pressure from the family, which she could not get rid of, ultimately played a key role. If her family had not treated her this way, she would have been alive. Fortunately, at the moment everything could be corrected, since Liao had not yet experienced what she was about to experience. The main character explained that he wanted to keep in touch with the writer, but in the future she would most likely become rich. So he asked not to forget about Li. In any case, he was then going to brag that she had contacts of the great writer. Sighing heavily, Liao couldn't believe that some stranger believed in her so much and believed that she would succeed. The girl really needed this support because at that moment she was desperate. As a token of gratitude, Liao decided to leave her email. Now she was going to check her mail once a week in the computer science classroom because she was waiting for a letter from Li. At this time, the internet was not yet so developed, so not everyone had computers, but the hero was pleased that now he could contact Liao. Sometime later, the young man took the charming girl home because he really liked her. The boy also told her not to give up writing because she has a great future ahead of her, and also asked her not to succumb to societal pressure and to continue to move forward because her fans will support her. Embarrassed and blushing, Liao thanked her comrade and said that she would definitely do so. Soon after, as if nothing had happened, Li said goodbye to his new girlfriend. Liao also waved her hand and said goodbye. At that moment, she was very grateful to be supported, finding himself in a computer science classroom. Sometime later, the young man thought that in this era there are no telephones yet, and instant messaging is not yet so popular. It was necessary to wait only a year because the business began to develop quite recently, and the head of this business lived in another city, which is why it was time to return and change the plan. Sighing heavily, the young man also began to wonder whether Liao would answer him in the future. Sometime later, the girl received a new message by email. As it turned out, this letter was from Li Shulai, where he said that he hoped that this letter would serve as additional motivation for her because she must firmly follow her goal. These words further influenced Liao's future since she really needed this support. The future writer understood that her interlocutor was sincerely afraid that she would not continue writing. At that moment, she really didn't believe that anyone could like her work so much. In fact, earlier a literature consultant did not appreciate the book she had written and said that it was enough to waste time on nonsense and it was time to do something more useful. According to the consultant, the girl wrote too boringly and sadly, which is why she was asked to stop her writing career. However, the wise girl understood that perhaps the reader would have a completely different assessment of her work. That's why she promised that she would continue to work hard to achieve her writing goals. As soon as the message was sent, the young man immediately decided to find out if Liao was in class. The instant answer surprised the girl very much, since the last time she saw Li was in the computer science classroom. In the next message, Liao invited the main character to have lunch together since she had free time. The young man happily agreed to this proposal, and soon they met not far from the laboratory. Liao recently wrote a couple of passages and would really like Li to take a look at them and appreciate them. I took excerpts from the text. The young man saw that this was the beginning of a novel called Specks of Dust in the Heart. They just started writing it in 1998. The guy even began to sweat in a stream. All the previous phrases and literary statements were collected right here. In addition, it was for this book that the girl received the majority of awards and was almost nominated for the Nobel Prize. Continuing to observe her comrade, Liao still decided to find out his opinion, because she thought that it would be negative. It was completely incomprehensible to the boy why Liao thought that he would not like excerpts from the work. The concerned writer explained that teacher said it was a terrible job, so she shouldn't even continue, which is why she wanted to know the reader's opinion to see if it agreed with the teacher's opinion. Sighing heavily, Liao admitted that she actually liked what she wrote, but from the outside it looked bad. At that moment, the hero remembered that in her interviews, Liao said that the teacher did not appreciate her work at all, calling the work too ordinary and boring. She almost gave up because of this. The smart young man said that this work is very good, and if you just work on some points, people who love this style will appreciate the book, and those who prefer a different format will not even open it. Li decided to advise the girl to read the book The Great Gatsby. When the author had just published it, people's opinions turned out to be ambiguous, but after the First World War I did not change. The work became very popular. These words really provided strong support for the girl, and she asked for some more advice. Hearing this request, the young man immediately thought that if he started advising something else, then perhaps Liao's writing style would be subject to changes in the future. After thinking a little, the boy came to the conclusion that he would simply advise the girl to follow her original ideas and not pay attention to anyone. In his opinion, all people were different, which is why he did not want to evaluate unfinished work. After thinking about what she had said, Liao assumed that she was awkwardly telling her interlocutor that she had written the piece poorly. Laughing, Li explained that he was not a professional after all, so he didn't want to mislead her. He also thought that he shouldn't rely too much on other people's opinions, because his own opinion is much more important. So the creator of the work is Liao, and she should follow her intuition. If a girl thinks she writes well, then she is. And if you like what is written, then you should continue, and you should not change your attitude towards work because of other people. Li sincerely believed that she would still have readers who would appreciate her work. Perhaps the writer would not fall under the standards of literary critics, but the young man believed that the hearts of many readers would be touched. After all, he was already her reader and a big fan. This thought haunted the girl because she did not believe that it was possible not to change her attitude towards work because of others. Fortunately, Li's words really resonated with Liao's soul. He was like the sun, through the lingering clouds, which was a ray of hope for her. She had never met such a person before. In her life, Li Shulai was truly the first person who encouraged her so much. This feeling was truly wonderful because Liao had never experienced it before. Her mother had previously only reproached her, saying that the girl was only busy with her writing and did nothing around the house. Her second cousin worked hard every day to pay for his studies. The father also constantly shouted, saying that girls should know how to do laundry and cook, but all Liao does is count his books. Even the younger brother claimed that his sister dressed terribly. The other guys with his sister wore short skirts and tops, and because of her, everyone laughed at the guy. The red-haired young man still convinced the girl that everything would be fine. He asked her to try to adapt and try to make sure everything worked out. The main character was sure that Liao would definitely shine in the world of literature. The statements were deeply embedded in the girl's head, and she continued to think about what was said all the time. Smiling sweetly and blushing, Liao thanked her interlocutor for believing in her. As it turned out, Xiaoning was watching everything that was happening, and she probably already began to be jealous. The two girls noticed Li Shulai and his interlocutor, which is why they were extremely unhappy. Starting to get angry, the ex-girlfriend remembered that Li had not started a dialogue with her for a long time, and probably the last time he was serious during the conversation. Thus, the friend realized that Li's sympathy for her friend had long since passed, because the guy was already hanging out with other girls, which meant that he was not so good. According to the arrogant girls, Liao looked more like a village simpleton than some kind of student. No one could understand why Li traded Xiaoning for some hillbilly. These words angered the girl, and she asked him not to talk nonsense because anyway, even if he liked someone, Xiaoning didn't care at all. However, the friend saw the reaction and realized that Xiaoning was probably jealous. Turning around, the blonde girl began to deny, saying that her friend was probably mistaken. Hearing the conversation between two girlfriends, the main character was furious because they were watching him and they were also talking very loudly. The young man was very angry because these two impudent people interfered with his rare meeting, and for some reason they dared to insult Liao. Luckily, this sweet girl didn't react at all and was still in a good mood. The friendly guy exclaimed that his interlocutor should wait a minute because he was going to move away and say hello to the girls. Coming closer to the two girlfriends, the young man immediately turned to them and was clearly unhappy. However, some strange thing happened, and Xiaoning seemed to teleport several tens of meters back, although she had literally just been a meter away from him. The friends continued to communicate with each other, saying that Xiaoning was clearly worth approaching him. Somehow, at that moment the main character heard the girls talking. This was really strange since the girlfriends were several tens of meters away from him, and he could not physically hear their conversation. In any case, the main character decided that it was not worth getting into conflict with these girls. However, he realized that this world was probably different from the previous one in which he lived. All sounds were radically different from those that had previously been in the world. It was very easy for the main character to hear the conversation of any person, even if he was quite far away. Thus, the young man thought that he had a legendary ability after being reborn, although he had no idea where the legendary rumor came from. It was obviously not bad, and he was wondering whether it was a passive or active skill. Liao asked for attention that Li was acting rather strangely and decided to find out if everything was okay. The smart guy turned around and said that he was just thinking, because in fact, he and these girls see each other quite often, so there is no need to say hello. After laughing, the hero also mentioned that it was already noon, and soon all the food would be sold out, which is why they needed to hurry. Soon after this, the couple went to a cafe to have some food. Sometime later, events continued to occur in the conference room. A certain young Fei Long spoke to many people, saying that they had witnessed the rapid development of the internet and the advent of the digital era. The man sincerely believed that in the future, business would change a lot thanks to the emergence of new technologies, the internet, artificial intelligence, more information. All this would change not only business but also their everyday life in general. Watching these people, the young man understood that he should not have expected anything else from Yang Fei Long, since he knows how to communicate with the crowd very well. This man could really present his product very beautifully, and not everyone could do this. Thanks to progress, they will overcome regional time and language barriers and also ensure uninterrupted communications around the world. Overall, their lives would become much easier and everyone would be able to enjoy convenient and exclusive services. However, at that moment, the main character already understood that all this was not so simple. Suddenly, the boy exclaimed that it seemed to him that Yang Fei Long's methods were quite good, and they would definitely be implemented in the future. The young man also knew that, unfortunately, Yang would end his life quite early because of this. Other people didn't understand why some student was so conservative, as if he was trying to threaten Yang Fei Long. The close attention from the man was to the advantage of the main character, and he continued speaking. The guards immediately began to worry and tried to take Li out, but the businessman continued to listen. The smart guy said that he knew about Mr. Yang Fei Long's deepest thoughts, and if he wanted to sort out all the issues, then they should talk. Li guessed that this might be of interest to a businessman, since he was interested in how to develop a business. The businessman's colleague said that this student was probably some kind of fanatic, hungry for fame, so you shouldn't listen to him, and you shouldn't let your ambitions wither. Fortunately, the man exclaimed that he didn't know why, but this student really interested him. In Yang Fei Long's opinion, this young man was really interesting. After seeing him, he remembered himself in his youth. Regardless of his own influence and crowd of fans, he still decided to express his opinion, which turned out to be different. This turn of events really surprised the colleague, and he did not know how to react to it. Sometime later, events continued to occur near Yang Feilong's office. Leaving the office, the man turned to the student and decided to find out in more detail what he was talking about. The friendly man understood that this young man was very purposeful and brave, and was clearly not trying to attract the attention of the public. Turning around, the daredevil exclaimed that he knew the businessman would come looking for him. These words made the businessman awkward because he did not understand why this student was so calm. The young man began to say that Yang wants to introduce his technologies into an industrial enterprise. At the initial stage, there will be no problems because China has the advantage of a demographic dividend. It's just that people don't have a lot of money yet, which is why they can choose not expensive technologies, but something cheaper. After listening to the guy, the man understood that he was not one of those nerds who memorized the entire textbook. Smiling, the student also suggested that Yang could invest a larger amount and set the price a little higher, but it would be better to do it a little differently and not invest so much yet. You should establish direct contact with consumers. Then you can quickly get feedback and improve the quality of the product. So far, the businessman has decided to voice his ideas publicly, which is why he is on the right path, and he must continue to strive to change this world. These words instantly made the man think. He looked a little confused. However, the stranger's words really touched the rich man because he could not believe that someone believed in him so much. During the long transfer of time, he periodically worried, telling everything to his partners, who considered him too picky. Because of this, the businessman could not think that in the end, some young man would understand him. The hero also decided to present a program that he had recently written and would like to give it to a businessman, and it is up to him to use it or not. If a man wants to get more opportunities, then he should not disdain this program because soon he will understand everything himself because no one is trying to harm him. The daredevil wanted the entrepreneur to personally look at the contents of this disc. This was one of the main character's steps to gain Yang Feilong's favor. Now the target was almost trapped. The delighted man could not believe that such a sophisticated gift was given to him. However, the young man did not understand why Ian was so surprised. At that moment, Yang Feilong decided to ask the guy if he was afraid that he would be deceived, because he should at least draw up a contract or sign some kind of agreement. The determined guy suggested that a real businessman would not deceive. Besides, it was just a demo version of the program, but if the businessman wanted to enjoy only that, then Lee was not going to stop him. Turning around, the red-haired man said that that was all for today. However, the businessman asked him to wait. Lee wanted to know what was the matter, but Yang Feilong decided to ask why he chose him. The choice fell on this businessman only because he is trying for the good of his country and people. Thanks to him, China will gain strength. That's why he was chosen. This turn of events really fascinated the man, and he was impressed by such an ambiguous student. The main character smiled, and also decided to mention that his name was Li Shulai. Sighing heavily, the man remembered this name forever because in the future it would change his life. Sometime later, events continued to occur in Yang Feilong's office. Looking at the program created by the student, he was shocked because he did not understand how it was possible to create such a code. And even with comments, the entrepreneur realized that this student was a dark horse, and he was going to definitely cooperate with him, so the recruit was found. Trembling with delight, Yang Feilong admitted that the program was truly exquisite and did not look that difficult. The delighted man admitted that with the help of this guy, his company will definitely not know any obstacles. Sometime later, events continued to occur in the student canteen. People noticed a familiar person whom they had previously seen on TV. The main character was very surprised that Yang Feilong was able to find him so quickly. As it turned out, the man ran the program to the end and was even able to find the young man in the dining room, which was amazing. In fact, the search turned out to be quite difficult since Ian spent 3 whole days on the whole process. Soon after this, the man decided to ask the student how he realized that they would be looking for him. The boy suggested that the businessman thought clearly and would not miss such a good opportunity. This answer really surprised the businessman, and he realized that his head was indeed not always clear. Smiling, the man invited the student to join his business empire in order to work together. Yang Feilong sincerely thought that Li Shulai himself understood how rapidly technology would develop, and he hoped that the student would help him make his business prosperous. However, according to the student, the man did not have to speak so politely. Such propaganda would have worked on young guys with hot blood, but he was different. Such a daring answer surprised the businessman because he did not expect that an ordinary student would talk to him like that. It was simply impossible to lure the young man with such nonsense, since he did not succumb to such provocations. Shuddering with indignation, the businessman realized that this talented student was not easy, even though he was from a completely ordinary family. The benevolent young man exclaimed that since the man came to him, he would definitely not leave empty-handed today. In order to encourage Ian's initiative, the young man began to pull something out of his briefcase. As it turned out, these were some papers. At the same moment, the other students noticed the influential Yang Fei-long. In fact, there were not only some papers but also a floppy disk. Last time it was a sample program, and probably at the moment it was the full version. Looking at the documentation, the businessman realized what it really was and was delighted. In his opinion, this was an excellent opportunity for the development of the company, like the key to all technologies. And it was amazing that the student would give away such important information so trustingly. If the company is a giant ship that is about to set sail, then these sheets are a map of the journey, and the path to treasure may be hidden on the map. The young man exclaimed that the businessman is a very smart person, so there is no need to ask where he learned this, but ask not to ask where he got such information. And if Yang Fei-long is ready to believe the hero, then they can build an excellent future. If an influential man finds the student useful after all the developments, he will know what to do. At that moment, the man was literally blinded by success and understood that a great future awaited him. However, the student did not care, and he wished the businessman success in the development of the company. Smiling, the hero also asked his interlocutor to benefit the country in the future. Thus, the monologue was over, and Li still decided to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Fei-long felt an inexplicable sensation that made him happy. Sometime later, December 31st, 1998 arrived. The two comrades followed the news of the development of the Fei-long company. Zhang Ming said that several hundred million investments had already been made in the company. The protagonist's friend knew that the internet was the future and it would be very popular. Progress really went faster than in his previous life, and the young man was already wondering what would happen next. Fei-long Company was also located in Dahan City, and the two friends were wondering when they graduated whether its business would also flourish. In fact, although everything became famous 9 months ahead of schedule, which means that the popularity will be much higher, Yang Fei-long really did a good job. A few months later, April 1999 arrived. At that time, the main character had just finished working on his diploma and kindly provided it to teacher Guo. Suddenly, someone threw a bag right on the teacher's desk. It turned out that she was an arrogant girl who had a negative attitude towards the teacher, saying that he deliberately put her in an awkward position. In fact, she spent 2,000 yuan to get her diploma written, and the old man rejected it, which made her furious. The incorruptible man said that the girl's thesis looked good, but if you look closely, you can see a lot of holes, and he could not miss this. If such a thesis was accepted, it would be unfair to other students. The answer really shocked the girl, because she did not expect that for such a large sum they would write her a diploma with errors. However, the incorruptible man again exclaimed that he could not tolerate such quality of writing and take it for granted. Glancing arrogantly at her interlocutor, the girl agreed with his opinion. Grabbing her bag, she immediately began to leave and said that she would soon show the modified work. The boy stood nearby and said that the teacher shouldn't behave like that with this girl, because he had previously heard that you shouldn't offend her, because it never ended well. Smiling, the teacher exclaimed that Xu Lai had mistakes on the very first page. Because of this, the boy immediately began to feel awkward and laughed. The smart young man understood that the teacher was too attentive, and he needed to get out quickly before he discovered the mistakes. Exclaiming that he would make changes right away, the boy ran into another office, which made the teacher laugh even more. Sometime later, while walking through the park, the main character thought that graduation season would soon begin. The hero sincerely hoped that he would be able to graduate safely from the university. Suddenly, Yang Fei-long appeared nearby and said that Li's roommate said that the guy could be found here, so he came. The successful businessman again said that he wanted to invite the young man to their company, but the interlocutor replied that there was no need for this. Inspired, Yang said that they had changed the technology, so now everything will be fine. The value of their company has increased sharply. It is clear to the naked eye that it will become the greatest. If the protagonist were to join this company, he would gain the rights to become a shareholder, thus becoming rich. Unfortunately, she only shook her head at this proposal while denying it. Feeling awkward, the man admitted that he did not expect Li Sulai to refuse his application. Smiling kindly, the businessman exclaimed that his new friend can now ask for whatever he wants, and he, in turn, will help him. Turning around, the hero said that the businessman could just thank him. It just so happened that after graduating from university, he would like to open a coffee shop and only asked that they give him some old house on 99th Street. For an influential man, this was like a blow below the belt because he could not understand how it was possible to use money for some old building. However, as it turned out, the student really spoke seriously since he wanted a coffee shop. These words really made Yang Fei Long think that he was wrong about this guy. In his opinion, it is rare in their days that young people are so calm about wealth. In the eyes of Fei Long, the main character looked like God because he shared the necessary data, which greatly helped in the development of the project, but he himself did not earn a penny from it. For an influential man, buying such a building was not a problem, which is why he happily agreed. Looking at how the main character left, the businessman thought only about what secrets Li Shulai was keeping. At the same time, the assistant turned to the businessman and asked if they were going back. And so it happened. Only the man also said that the girls would need to buy a house on 99th Street and also prepare 3 million yuan. Realizing the importance of Li Shulai, the man understood that when the company expanded, he would again offer the young man the position of director. In the end, he acted for the benefit of the people. Such a hermit as the main character can also help humanity, although it was surprising that such people exist in the world. Meanwhile, the boy accepted the bank card as a gift and understood that his efforts would be in vain. Sometime later, the university announced that thesis defense would take place in early June. But many students still had not completed their projects, so they were asked to prepare and contact their teacher. Many students were afraid that they would not have time to write their diploma, since they only had 3 months left. There was very little time, and the teacher hoped that they would successfully graduate from the university. However, the students were like zombies, since they still had not even found a job. And every day they only thought about the fact that they needed to work in order to survive. Soon after this, the lesson was over, and the teacher had already begun to leave the classroom. The two girlfriends began to discuss among themselves that the blonde would need to talk to the professor, but she explained that the diploma is just pieces of paper, and it is completely unclear why he treats them so scrupulously. In her opinion, no one believes that student work is worth its weight in gold, and it was unclear why he should take this seriously, as if he had nothing better to do. However, another student exclaimed that the professor cares about the students and therefore reads the work carefully to find all the shortcomings and help them sort them out. After they successfully write and defend their thesis, they will be able to become real specialists who can cope with any difficulties. The rich girl suggested that her interlocutor was simply an excellent student, and one should not have expected a different answer from her. The haughty lady exclaimed for the student to take care of herself. These words were quite suspicious. Hearing this, the student panicked a little, but she knew that Xueli was too cocky because she was literally all-powerful with money. But fortunately, this had nothing to do with her. Xiaoning's friend said that it was time for them to leave too, since classes were already over. At that moment, the rich Nahalka continued to watch her two friends and seemed to be planning something. Approaching closer to the rich woman, the young man decided to ask her if she was afraid that she would have to go on academic leave, after which she would be left without a diploma. Now, the company really began to pay attention to the diploma. The boy understood that the girl's family already had a lot of money, but these were 4 years of life that were wasted. Another guy thought that Xueli should be gentler with the professor, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to get a diploma, because they say that he is very principled, so not everyone successfully graduates from the university. Laughing, the girl said that she was not going to put anything off. It was just a thesis, and there was nothing complicated in it, which is why she would definitely figure out how to graduate from university. At that moment, she only thought that she was mentally changing herself in front of the teacher for being rude. Her friends admired the girl because she was arrogant and also rich, which is why they became friends with her. The main character also decided to intervene in this conversation and said that it is not so important whether someone looks at her diploma or not. In any case, it all depends only on the student and his skills. The young man decided to express absolutely everything and shouted that Xueli was rotten inside and in the future no money would save her. Good origin is her advantage, but this is only temporary. The wind sometimes changes its direction, and it is far from certain that her family will always have the current influence. The unshakable boy continued to insist that she was the stupidest girl in this university, and she herself understood this very well. The girl's comrades did not understand why Li suddenly decided to quarrel with Xueli, since he had always been silent before, and they decided to protect the girl because she must have rejected him again, so he is furious. The red-haired guy with freckles said that in addition, they say that Li Shulai's family is not rich, and he must have decided to study in order to somehow change his fate, and Shui Li apparently hurt his self-esteem, since no one thought that studying will make him rich, and it's better to be like Shui Li. The impudent girl continued to claim that her family was rich, unlike Li Shulai's family, and even with 10 years of hard work, he would not be able to earn that much. In her opinion, a hillbilly like him only knows how to herd cattle, and she asked him to stay away from her, otherwise he reeked of chickens. The main character's best friend, meanwhile, came up and said that there is no need to quarrel with this girl because it's too low to stoop to that level. In fact, Li Shulai didn't care, because there was no point in arguing with a rich scoundrel. So far, she had only committed dirty tricks in that life, and in this life she had not yet managed to do any business, which is why she needs to be more patient. But the guy was even close to being right next to her. To achieve her goals, she chooses only the shortest paths. In any case, she will soon be able to stumble, so he decided to wait until she stumbles. Then he will begin to act. Approaching closer, Li decided to ask if Shui Li really thinks that she has money, because her father is indeed rich, but he only has 5 million on him, and he doesn't go beyond the city limits. But my friends thought that 5 million was really a lot, because in the village of Li, there were no people who had that kind of money, since it was possible to build a whole huge house with it. The sincere young man believed that there are many people in this world who are richer and cooler than her father, because she uses money to put pressure on others. But she should not be upset if someone uses the same methods as her. As Li Shulai began to leave, he exclaimed that he would definitely wait for Shui Li to sink to the bottom. Without saying a word, the girl began to think about where her interlocutor got so much anger from. As if nothing had happened, two best friends gathered for lunch because they wanted to try the delicious luncheon ramen. The benevolent Li even said that he would treat his best friend, and as a sign of gratitude, Zhang Ming admitted that his comrade was really handsome, and he was terribly happy to communicate with him. Suddenly, behind him, Shui Li started screaming, asking Li Shulai what the hell he was doing. This sight was quite strange, and my friend even panicked. Fortunately, for the main character, dodging such a blow was not a problem, because he was quite dexterous. After a weak blow, the boy even managed to grab the scoundrel's hand. Looking arrogantly at the impudent young man, he told her not to scream and to take care of her nerves. At that very second, the villainess decided to strike with her foot. She probably possessed martial arts. As it turned out, this blow was unsuccessful, and Shui Li fell straight onto her comrades, which is why she looked ridiculous. Seeing such a sight, all the students began to laugh because they realized that Shui Li was trying to attack Li Shulai. But it was as if the eyes on his back had grown because the reaction was incredible. The other girls couldn't even imagine why Shui Li decided to do this. The villainess's comrades began to panic because they thought that their friend might have hurt herself. The girl herself could not understand what had happened, because she seemed not to control herself. Sometime later, events continued to happen in the dorm, where Zhang Ming praised his friend, saying that he was really cool and very resilient. The young man seemed to have broken free, and his comrade didn't even think that he was capable of something like that. Continuing to look at Li Shulai, Jiang even suggested that his interlocutor was secretly studying martial arts, because otherwise it is completely unclear how he managed to notice Shui Li. Smiling, the hero told his comrade that if he told what really happened to him, he would not believe it. These words reproached his comrade a little, because he did not consider himself a fool and thought that in any case he could understand Li. After thinking a little, the boy still remembered that they had not eaten, which is why they decided to go and refresh themselves. However, after such a proposal, Zhang Ming immediately noticed that Li was trying to change the topic and talk about something else. At that moment, the main character was just thinking about his coffee shop and the golden light that it emitted. He also remembered the golden light that was in the bathroom during the shower. Closing his eyes, Li Shulai admitted that he himself did not understand how he managed to react and protect himself from the sudden attack. The attacking girl's movements were too slow and he had a lot of time to dodge. The young man seemed to feel that a sudden blow was awaiting his body. In his opinion, this could not be a mere coincidence. Science could not explain this for sure, which is why he was going to go to the nearest library and find at least some information. The next day, events continued to occur in the Han University Library. In order to find at least some information about what happened, Li Shulai sifted through a large amount of different literature, and it seemed to him that he had found the necessary information. The boy carefully tried to study the book in order to understand the origin of his power, Ancient literature spoke of a mysterious phenomenon called restoration after the resumption of connections between heaven and earth. Mortal people with spiritual roots could absorb the energy of heaven and earth through meditation and also open new gates for their cultivation, becoming stronger. A person could merge with nature, heaven, and earth, and also take the path of achieving immortality. Different clans had their own cultivation methods. One of the cultivation methods was called sword cultivation. The main difficulty in cultivation is work, perseverance, constant desire for breakthroughs, and everyday life. There were also methods of cultivating the body and cultivating energy, which allowed a person to receive the power of nature. In any case, it was just a legend that should not be fully relied upon. After all, there was no way to prove it scientifically, so the hero did not particularly trust this information, but he is definitely an unusual person. Perhaps this book will help find an explanation. Perhaps there are hermits in the world who are still trying to cultivate themselves. The boy really wasn't sure if all this existed, but his rebirth also cannot be explained by science. In any case, this was a chance for him, and since such an opportunity to find out everything had arisen, he was not going to miss it. Thus, the main character decided for himself that from now on, he will try to become the best in the world. Sometime later, while walking down the street, the young man noticed that the sun had already set and it was time to study. Cultivation for Li Shulai was necessary in order to improve his body, regulate his energy, and also develop his intellect. This process was similar to building the foundation of a building. A lot of patience was needed to ensure that it was laid strong and reliable, after which, events continued to occur near the student park. In order to calm down a little, the young man decided to sit in the lotus position near a tree. As he began to control his breathing, he wanted to see if he could concentrate. Soon, he really succeeded in concentrating, and now he felt that he could control his every action. For 9 weeks, he was going to continue his training to become much stronger. A few hours later, he noticed that it was 29 degrees outside, making it very hot. Well, since he had already entered the threshold of cultivation, it was definitely impossible to retreat, and he decided to continue training. The realization that he was now a real cultivator greatly encouraged the main character. After several hours of cultivation, the body really began to feel lighter, and it was more convenient to move. The satisfied boy decided for himself that he would come here again tomorrow, since his fatigue and drowsiness had also gone away. However, the next moment something happened that he did not expect. Arriving at the same place the next day, some people noticed that the young man arrived earlier than they did and praised him. Since the more young people practice, the stronger they become. The elderly woman even decided to ask the boy if he needed a mate, since her granddaughter was free, while another man noticed that Lee would need to work on his posture. Seeing all these elderly people, the young man panicked and said that it was time for him to go because he was uncomfortable in such company. Hearing this, the woman immediately felt awkward and began to make excuses for her granddaughter. They say that she is really very beautiful. The old people even asked him to come tomorrow. After a few minutes, the boy decided to stop because he had been running for quite a long time and was very tired. Once in the square, his whole face was covered in sweat, but he noticed something funny. As it turned out, there were dances on this square. Many girls practiced folk dancing. After 2 years, this type of dance was supposed to actively begin to develop and was supposed to become one of the most popular. Many people then started dancing to improve their physical fitness and make new friends. Also, these dances were accompanied by rhythmic music, thanks to which they had a unique charm. The hero also realized that at the present time, dancing in the square takes place spontaneously, not organized. Chinese society will soon begin to age. If the social activity of the elderly begins to develop, the process can no longer be slowed down. Because of this, the young man decided that he could help pensioners, organize places for sports, and also help in development. In general, it was not a bad idea. When he was about to return to this place, he immediately wanted to sit down and begin developing a plan for subsequent actions. Other old people were practicing martial arts in the square all this time, and thus they were long-lived due to physical training. Sensing the presence of a strong man, one elderly man turned around and noticed that Li Sulai had the same energy as him. Sometime later, events continued to occur at the airport, where boarding for the flight to Yanzhou had already begun. People at that point were asked to have their boarding passes and passports ready to get in line early. Some of the people present at the airport noticed that the hero had a phone. It looked very expensive, which made everyone think that he was some kind of important person. At that moment, the boy was just talking with Yang Fei Long's assistant, who had selected several apartments and said that the interlocutor could inspect them. The unperturbed student said that he was preparing to land and would only be able to take the next call in 3 hours. In order to conquer the next city, Li Shulai and his suitcase headed to the city of Yanzhou. Boarding the plane, he began his journey to the city where he had last been only in a previous life. Sometime later, events continued to occur in the bank. The banking consultant told Mr. Li that the market value is 1 million. If he wants to pay in installments, she will walk him through the loan formalities. The assistant noticed that Li looked very young. He must have been about 20 years old, he looked like some rich guy, and he also had a cool phone. Joyfully, the young man exclaimed that he needed to think about it in any case, and thanked the consultant. In fact, it was quite profitable for the guy to receive such an offer, because soon the market value of the house will increase tenfold. The realtor selected housing very well, and it is not surprising that this area will only develop. But he was sorry that real estate would get worse and worse. Taking out a plastic card with a huge amount of money on it, the guy exclaimed that he would pay the entire amount for the house at once. For the girl, this act was impressive, since she could not expect that such a young guy would be able to pay a huge amount so quickly. Visitors to the bank noticed that the boy, without any doubt, paid a whole million yuan for the house. In their opinion, he looked young, and he was dressed modestly, as if he had specially created such an image for himself. According to another girl, this house was quite far from the center, and the area was small, which is why it was definitely not worth it. Other people knew that this was the old part of the city and that house was not worth such a huge amount of money. In any case, the purchase and sale agreement had already been signed, because the main character was confident that he would soon make a fortune. After all, he was reborn for a reason, and the guy still had a lot of important things ahead. Going out into the street, the smart guy immediately asked the newspaper seller for the latest issue of financial news. The newspaper stated that Feilong Company received investment from Black Panther. This news impressed Li because the Feilong Company was actively developing, attracting a lot of foreign investment in such a short period of time. Young Feilong was rapidly rising to the top and grabbed every opportunity. Smiling, the boy still understood that it was quite difficult to develop alone. At that moment, it was already getting cold outside, and the young man decided that it was time for him to return home. Sometime later, events continued to occur in one of the top companies, namely in the main office. A group of people passed near the reception, and the consultant turned to Mr. Liu, greeting him. Mr. Liu Dasi was the chief director of science and technology investment in Yongjing City. The man wanted to know how Hu Shuo's preparation of information was going, and asked him to come and report on the work done, and also wanted to be booked by a historian at a restaurant nearby, since he wanted to have lunch with Mr. Lin. After listening to her boss's requests, the girl mentioned that a young man was looking for him and said that he had an important matter. Bowing his head, the arrogant businessman exclaimed that he was not interested. He said this because he was afraid that there was another person who wanted to talk to him about his dreams. Recently, there were more and more of them. At that moment, he did not even suspect who exactly he was talking to. The assistant was a little embarrassed by the refusal to interview the young man, and soon after she was asked to let the guy in and then invite Xiao Hu. The successful entrepreneur realized that he too was once young and ambitious, which is why the new generation should be given a chance. The assistant immediately complied with her boss's request and let the guy in. That young man was the main character, an incredibly ambitious and positive guy. In Li's opinion, it was good that he finally decided to look into this company. After all, he wanted to see which company would win in this world. While waiting, the kind assistant had already started pouring tea in order to brighten up Li's time. The girl also asked to wait a little, since Mr. Liu would come over as soon as he finished. Then the gentleman spoke on the phone that his interlocutor probably did not understand what market chain stores operate in China. The businessman argued that China's economy is growing thanks to the internet. People's demand for products and services in the field of information technology is also growing, and now is the right time to expand the market. The interlocutor still said that he would be busy, which is why the man accepted the refusal and was going to invite him to dinner a little later. As soon as the meeting was rescheduled, the conversation immediately ended. Looking around, the businessman saw a man waiting for him in the hall. This red-haired boy seemed quite determined, and it was definitely worth listening to him. At that moment, Liu Dasi decided to approach the young man and ask if he wanted to apply for a job. After all, there are enough staff in Yongqing now, so they don't need employees. Rising from his chair, the young man exclaimed that he did not come here for this. These words surprised the experienced businessman, and he decided to find out why exactly the boy had come. It was then that the main character thought that Brother Xi's chain of stores which wanted to develop his company, turned out to be a failure. This happened not only because of the market, but also because of the spread of the epidemic, which would worsen the situation in a few years. The plan to create a network may be destroyed because of this, but this could not be called force majeure. Li thought that she was as successful as Yang Feilong. He was always arrogant, while Yang relied on the opinions of others. Feeling awkward, Lu Dasi continued to look at his guest as he simply remained silent. Smiling, the hero realized that he would still have to play along a little. With a serious face, Li Shulai said that during this time, he studied the situation in various domestic internet companies and came to several conclusions. He literally just heard that Lu Dasi mentioned an IT store chain when he spoke on the phone, and he felt that it is better to abandon its development. These words confused the businessman a little, because he thought that if a guy wants to join their company, then he should just say so, and there's no point in showing off. Closing his eyes, the arrogant man was skeptical about this information, but still asked why the young man thought so. According to Li Sulai, infrastructure construction has been actively carried out in the country in recent years, and land prices will only increase. It will be very difficult for stores to turn a profit due to rising labor and rental costs. That is why Li sincerely believed that it was best to develop stores on the internet. After listening to the guy, the businessman continued to remain silent, as if he was thinking about the information that had just been announced to him. Analyzing the behavior of his interlocutor, Li realized that he did not believe him, but was playing very well. What he heard only made Lu Dasi smile, and he decided to wave his head as a sign that he was rejecting this information. According to the man, his interlocutor views the opening of stores too superficially. The cost of renting stores has increased, but the profits of its store chains are enough to cover these costs. Lu sincerely believed that Li Sulai simply did not know how popular their company was because people were lining up for them. The businessman thought that the young man did not yet understand enough about business, and at most he worked with papers, but this was extremely little. Because of this, Li was missing out on big opportunities. The reason why successful people succeed is because they know how to take advantage of opportunities. And you can't do that if you're afraid of everything. Despite the hero's young age, the influential man still appreciated his desire and perseverance. Smiling, the hero understood that his interlocutor could only verify the truth in practice, because having lived his past life, Li knew how everything would turn out. The young man nevertheless decided to give advice to the businessman, saying that electronics have their own logistics, and they can increase at any time, so you should be more careful. These words only caused laughter, and Lu Dasi exclaimed that this was really interesting, since the young man was crazier than he was at the same time. After thinking a little about the information that was presented to him, Lu admitted that this was some kind of madness. But Li Shulai clearly had a great future ahead of him. Closing his eyes, the main character only said that when they live, they will see what kind of future awaits him. In any case, the young man decided to give a business card, saying that if the businessman needed his help, he could contact him. For an influential man, this was truly an unusual guy since he was quite arrogant for his age. Sighing heavily, the businessman still thought that he would never need help from such a person. That is why he decided to throw away the business card that he had just been given. It instantly went into the trash because Lu Dasi was too arrogant to accept help from the students. Sometime later, he nevertheless returned to this trash can where the business card lay. Taking out a business card from the trash, the man couldn't stop thinking about Li Sulai, and it made him feel uneasy. Experiencing a strange sensation, the businessman did not understand why he felt this way. Still, he decided to put the business card in a safe place so that he could use it if necessary. Lu Dasi began to think that when his IP address empire was completed, this guy should become the main witness. The main character understood that in any case, every businessman would be ready to cooperate with him because he literally knows the future. Looking at the sun and admiring the good weather, Li thought that Lu Dasi would definitely not give up his plan because of some guy's words. In any case, the young man was simply going to wait until he was found. These guys simultaneously thought only that one of them would definitely be ashamed of their ignorance. The next departure point was the city of Cheondu, where the boy decided to go. Sometime later, events continued to occur at the university, namely, in the men's dormitory, where Li arrived after a long absence. Zhang Ming immediately went to hug his best friend, saying that he missed him very much. But the main character didn't like this behavior, and he immediately began to push his friend away, saying that he was just visiting his parents for a couple of days. The comrade immediately decided to find out if Li Shulai told his parents how cool his friend was. and that he was glad to be friends with him after all. After that, they should have invited him to become part of their family. Feeling awkward, the hero admitted that he did not do this because they only needed a sister. After painting his lips and sitting in an attractive pose, Jiang Ming exclaimed that if Li Shulai wished, he could become a little sister. Li fundamentally did not like the behavior on the part of his comrade, and he immediately decided to refuse him. While collecting his things, the young man thought that all contacts for his brother had been left. All that remained was to transfer the disc to another company, which turned out to be no less influential. The boy was already excited about his future success and hoped that he would soon become rich. He had already completed the plan for Yan Zhu, since he had completed that part of the plan. And now, all that was left was to buy a house in Sanlihei. Turning to his friend, the young man decided to find out if he had gone to his parents when he returned home last weekend, since they had not seen each other for a long time, and he probably must be bored. But the comrade did not appreciate such care, and said that he himself is like daddy and does not miss anyone. Laughing, Jiang Ming sincerely believed that everyone would start bothering him with their questions. Otherwise, he could just be close to his brother, then no one would bother him. After thinking a little, the comrade also decided to find out if Li had met anyone, because there are a lot of bad guys around. Having collected his things, the young man admitted that he had not met anyone at all, since everyone had long since left. The smart guy said that if his friend gets into trouble, his butt will definitely protect him. However, these words made the young man wonder if someone like Mr. Long was looking for him. In any case, if you have something important, the master will definitely find it and he will know about it. However, sometime later, some strange uncle appeared who had previously noticed Li. At this moment, the hero had a rather strange feeling as he saw the old man. The gray-haired man was shocked that he had finally found the main character. With all his might, he immediately began to run towards the young man as if he wanted to tell him something. As if nothing had happened, he took the stranger's hand, as if they were already some kind of friends. The elderly man exclaimed that the guy should go with him, and since he grabbed him by the hand, otherwise he had no other choice. Entering a deserted place, the old man said that Li Shulai must see something. As it turned out, at that moment he wanted to demonstrate his strength, and began to use cultivation methods, which caused the stranger's body to glow with a bright red flame. This magical energy was simply impressive, causing Li Shulai to literally open his mouth as he watched everything happen. Raising his hand to the sky, the old man exclaimed that he was activating his energy. After activating the energy, his entire body was covered with leaves, and the hero only thought that anything can be expected from the elderly. At that moment, the old man felt quite awkward because from the outside it looked strange. Sighing heavily, the stranger decided to ask the young man whether he understood what exactly his interlocutor meant. Continuing to watch the strange man, the hero had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if there was a fire inside this man that was transformed from energy, and then he realized that this old man was a cultivator. It turned out that in this world there are quite a lot of people who practiced immortality, but earlier Li was weak, so they didn't show it. The shocked hero continued to watch his interlocutor and could not even say anything. Li then suggested that it was not worth revealing that he was a novice cultivator. However, the old man then thought that during his long life he had met a lot of people, but this red-haired guy had a special energy. Now, if only his granddaughter had met this young man together, perhaps they would have had a majestic child and a wonderful family. Suddenly, Li literally began to tremble as a strange sensation arose again. Worried about what was happening, the boy nevertheless decided to find out why exactly the old man was looking for him. As it turned out, the gray-haired man decided to ask the young man if he had a mate, because if he didn't, then he would like to propose to his granddaughter. This statement really shocked Li Shulai, because he could not believe what he heard. In fact, this was his first meeting with such a cultivator, and he should be asking about things from the world of practice and sharing his experiences. But things turned out differently. Suddenly, it dawned on the young man, and he thought that perhaps this old man was just going on blind dates. I thought for a while. The boy said that he was already in a serious relationship. Besides, classes would start soon, so it was time for him to go. This answer did not particularly suit the old man, and he decided to detain the boy. The kind old man said that his granddaughter was kind and smart, and also beautiful as a flower. She studied in Li Shulai's group, and now he was going to call her. Continuing to feel awkward, the hero only said that he shouldn't do this. However, at that moment the man didn't care anymore because he called his granddaughter. Strongly, the stranger literally held the guy down, which is why he couldn't move. The granddaughter immediately answered her grandfather's call and asked why he was calling, as if he already missed him. These words only made the elderly man laugh, and he didn't even know what exactly to say to his granddaughter. The young man did not react in any way to this comical scene and simply continued to listen to what exactly the stranger wanted to tell his granddaughter. The benevolent grandfather told his granddaughter that he never forgets about her and remembers her every day, and today he even came to her university to visit her. The granddaughter was a little embarrassed by this visit because she had already gone for a walk, and now she would have to go back, but her grandfather brought her a lot of delicious food and beautiful clothes, which she could share with her friends. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he would not interfere with the grandfather's enjoyment of the long-awaited meeting with his granddaughter. Turning around, the hero was already about to leave, because he did not see the point in this acquaintance. Suddenly, the man began to persuade the young man with all his might, saying that he should wait only 10 minutes, just some measly 10 minutes, because he was single and could meet his granddaughter and then make a decision. This behavior on the part of an adult man irritated Lee a little, and he didn't even know how to react to it. The determined grandfather said that his granddaughter was very beautiful and he was sure that she was one of the best in the world, which is why Lee would definitely like her. The hero had other arguments, since he was currently engaged in cultivation. He did not have time for romance, so he was not interested in his granddaughter. The confrontation began as if two cultivators clashed in a duel for their granddaughter. The elderly man realized that this guy not only has good potential, but also has a sense of purpose. In this age, this is more relevant than ever. Li Shulai still shouted for Grandpa to let him go because he was already a little tired of all this. The persistent man continued to shout that he would not do this under any circumstances, and they simply had to wait for his granddaughter. The gray-haired man said that he was very persistent, and he should treat the old man with compassion and allow him to be happy. His eyes literally shone with happiness at the moment when he talked about his granddaughter. Otherwise, if Li Shulai refuses the old man, he will literally die on the spot. Falling to the floor, the elderly man began to scream that he was in great pain and could not stand being rejected. Because of this, the main character felt guilty and now realized that he could no longer refuse. Meanwhile, the granddaughter was really nearby and would soon approach her grandfather and some dude. At that moment, grandfather was holding the young man back and trying his best to stop him. Unexpectedly, the granddaughter still came and saw that Li Shulai was near her grandfather. The grandfather greeted his granddaughter as if nothing had happened, as if he had not just fought with Li. The main character felt uneasy at that moment, since the granddaughter of this man was Xiaoning, with whom they had already quarreled before. Feeling dissatisfied, the girl immediately decided to find out what was happening here, since it was strange that her grandfather was with Li. The enraged girl did not understand what happened to Li Shulai, since her grandfather did not even know him. But for some reason, at the moment, they were together. According to the impudent girl, Lee took advantage of the opportunity and, through his relatives, decided to try to start dating her. The grandfather immediately began to listen to his granddaughter's words because he thought that the boy was probably already trying to have a romantic relationship with her. Starting to laugh, the elderly man wanted to attract his granddaughter's attention and asked to listen to him. However, she did not want to listen to him at all and asked him to let her say that this guy was constantly annoying her. She even gave him the opportunity to understand that nothing could happen between them. But her words had absolutely no effect on him because earlier he was like an obedient dog, but now he has become different. In the rich girl's opinion, now Li Shulai wanted to harm her grandfather as well, like some kind of demon. It turned out that this guy was already ready to step over his family, just to achieve it. Moving closer to her grandfather, the girl began to ask him about whether Li was bullying him, because students shouldn't behave like that. However, the young man was quite skeptical about Xiaoning's actions, since in his opinion she was almost going crazy. "I'm trying to convince my granddaughter otherwise." The elderly man began to claim that she was talking nonsense, because he was just tired, so he decided to lie down a little. At the same moment, the man only thought about the fact that this boy had once courted his granddaughter. The determined girl asked her grandfather not to be afraid, since she was already here to protect him. But in turn, the old man asked her to apologize to Li, since she had misunderstood everything. Pointing her finger at the culprit in what happened, Xiaoning shouted that she would never apologize to this insolent person. But the young man himself did not understand what was wrong with him. Still, the elderly man insisted on the opposite and asked his granddaughter to hurry up and apologize. Angry, the girl did not understand why she should apologize. Turning her head and denying, the impudent woman said that she would not do this, since this poor man was not worthy of such an attitude on her part. Starting to shout at his granddaughter, the gray-haired man urged her to apologize to such a good gentleman. These events made the girl, who did not understand anything, start to cry because her grandfather came from afar, but still began to shout at her. Feeling great pain from her close relative's behavior, Xiaoning began to run away, shouting that she would never forgive her grandfather. Shouting out his granddaughter's name, the man tried in every possible way to stop her, but she didn't react at all. As soon as Madame ran away, the elderly cultivator admitted that his granddaughter was truly unbearable. Starting to laugh nervously, the strange stranger admitted that there must have been a misunderstanding between them. He was going to explain everything later, because it seemed that they did not understand each other. Closing his eyes, the young man dissatisfiedly decided to find out if he could now leave. But the man decided to tell him something about himself, namely that in fact he already understood that Li had just embarked on the path of cultivation, so there was no need to hide his essence in front of him. The experienced cultivator understood that this boy was like a blank slate for him, since he had already gone through all this cultivation before. Although Li has just started practicing, his true essence is very pure. His roots were clear, and his talents are special, making him an excellent candidate for cultivator. In fact, matchmaking is not that important, and he only wanted to make friends with the boy and keep in touch. These words made the hero think, because he needed something that would help increase his cultivation rank. Smiling, the old man admitted that it was good that Li don't talk about cultivation like that with just anyone, because caution wouldn't hurt, since in their world it's good to be vigilant. It's a good quality. Otherwise, if ordinary people find out that someone may have supernatural powers, they can kill him for this. Unfortunately, the old man could no longer be Li Xiulai's mentor, because he needed to come to the answers on his own, and Xiaoning's grandfather appreciated the young man's character and was optimistic about progress in cultivation, and even more optimistic about his understanding of the situation, since over time he will become very capable. As for the cultivator himself, he hoped that he would be able to meet the hero again soon, and when he began to get back on his feet, the Zhang family would not be lost either. Having laughed, the self-confident old man thought that he had done his job, and now Li would remember this meeting for the rest of his life. Also, the elderly cultivator did not forget to mention that this week there would be a cultivator conference on the mountain. To show his sincerity, he invited Zulai to it. Trying to be frank, the old man admitted that he is from the Third Kingdom. But this is his limit, he cannot improve his skills anymore. But they have a sister who is considered one of the strongest in the world. If Li can become her student, then he will have the opportunity to achieve great success. Hearing this, the young man immediately realized that his interlocutor was indeed a master of the Third Kingdom. Although this strange stranger did not look reliable, he really revealed his motives, which is good. He also knew how to win people over. Besides, cultivating alone is still not as cool as cultivating with someone in company. Looking at this old man, the young man only thought that he had an excellent cultivation level and experience. As for his sister, she must really be able to help. In anticipation of improving his cultivation level, the young man exclaimed that it would be impolite to refuse. The determined guy now only said that he would definitely contact his interlocutor in the future. This news was simply excellent for the elderly cultivator, since now Li Xiulai was on the hook, and all he had to do was negotiate with Xiaoning. A few days later, events continued to happen on Sunday. Xiaoning reflected that her grandfather did not even understand that he had fallen for the bait, because he had convinced him to look at Li Xiulai. However, the girl was skeptical about her grandfather's words, because she did not believe that such a hillbilly could have a penchant for cultivation. In this regard, she was determined and wanted to know whether such a plain-looking youth could really cultivate his abilities. Thus, their meeting took place, and in a courtesy to Li, Shuili invited him to get into the car. Soon after that, they headed in an unknown direction at great speed. During the trip, the young man made some notes in his notebook. At this time, Xiaoning recalled the words of her grandfather, who said that there was a misunderstanding, and in fact he would like her and Li to start dating. Because the main character, according to the elderly cultivator, is a very good young man. But unfortunately, the girl's heart was ready for love at the moment, and for some reason she thought that Zulai had changed recently. Blushing with embarrassment and feeling some kind of affection, Xiaoning admitted that the young man had become a better person. After a moment, the girl tried to calm herself down, thinking that something was clearly wrong with her. Absurdly covering her face with her hands, the rich woman admitted that Li had become prettier, and that his grandfather also praised him, so she thought that she had really fallen into the net of love. Meanwhile, the main character continued to take notes in his notebook, and had already checked the box next to Yang Fei Long. It has been more than a week since he gave the disc to Lin Yan Hong, but there has been no news from him yet. Perhaps something happened. The administration may not have handed over the disc, which is why there was no response. In fact, Li only spent quite a lot of time to create the program, and as for Yang Feilong's reaction, he was shocked, and then immediately contacted him. But if Lin Yunhong does not answer, then Xu Lai will be in a difficult situation. After rebirth, everything should go smoothly, since the past cannot repeat itself again. Suddenly, Zhao Ning noticed that the guy she admired so much suddenly turned around. Nervously continuing to look at Li, the girl thought that she had probably been seen peeping. Watching Xiaoning noticed her reaction, and even thought that he probably scared her. Confused, the student nevertheless decided to continue her observation of Xu Lai again, since the look seemed rather strange, and he was constantly writing something in a notebook. Continuing her thoughts over the events that had happened, all this time the girl was nervously biting her lip. At that moment, she recalled the events of the past, where she rejected Li Sulai because he constantly pursued her. Because of what happened earlier, Xiaoning felt very bad, since the boy caused her a lot of trouble. But the interlocutor at that moment did not react at all to her provocation, and only advised her to think about more serious things, after which she left, wishing her luck. Sadly continuing her thoughts, the lady could not believe that all this time she herself had been attached to Zulai. Sometime later, events continued to occur in the forest, where a company of 3 people was walking along a path. Looking at the path traveled, the young man did not understand where they were going, since previously everyone was going to Qingyun. Laughing at what he heard, the elderly man said that cultivators have their own lands. Ordinary people do not see them, but they need to pass through the barrier. This information did not bother the main character at all, and he only took it for granted. Looking at Xiao Ning, the boy noticed that she was really going through some kind of barrier, something he had never seen before. Having passed through a barrier invisible to the human eye, the young man assumed that it was some kind of a portal. Soon after, the elderly man exclaimed that they had finally arrived and found themselves not far from a luxurious mansion. The boy instantly realized that this place was really different from reality. Looking at his leg, he discovered that he had been transported straight to the sky, where an ordinary person could not possibly go. Now, the main character was wondering whether he would have his own lands in the future. At that moment, Li looked at his comrades, and something very confused him. As it turned out, Xiaoning's energy was very weakened after the move. In fact, at that moment the girl thought that they were staring not at her energy, but at something else. She instantly covered her magical chakra with her hands and only thought about where exactly Li Shulai was looking at that moment. Feeling dissatisfied, the lady immediately turned around and considered the arrogant guy a scoundrel. After all, this is not what they do to girls. The enthusiastic hero, meanwhile, only admired the beauty of the heavenly mansion and considered it incredibly huge. Sometime later, the young man decided to say that he did not think that Xiaoning would be so capable, but her energy was weak. The girl didn't like these words at all, which is why she started screaming that the boy was just a complete misunderstanding. However, he did not understand what the reason was. After all, they were both students and they should not think about their needs because it was time to think about how to contribute to the development of the state. Sighing heavily and blushing, the impudent girl did not understand at all why she needed all this. She also asked to stop staring at her energy because she is weak in cultivation and is no good for anywhere, not like Li Sulai. At the same time, the grandfather thought only that his granddaughter would not be lonely. The puzzled man really wanted his beloved Xiao Ning not to be alone in her old age. After thinking a little, the young man exclaimed that the energy was not really weak, and it was completely unclear. What could be the reason? They could have told him in secret, but no one ever talked about it with the embarrassed girl. The boy at that moment suggested that probably with his level of cultivation he still does not see everything. After listening to her classmate, Xiao only replied that she hoped so. According to the elderly man, despite the complexity of their characters, they must become a good family. Sometime later, the couple still managed to come to some strange people. There were a huge number of these people on the island. They were all special. The place was truly amazing. The young man would never have thought that there would be so many cultivators here, and yet he was interested in whether similar events were held in other cities. At first glance, all the people seemed ordinary, but at the same time unusual, because there was even a postman at this gathering. The young man was extremely happy about this turn of events because, in his opinion, the novel was now becoming a reality. In fact, this postman turned out to be unusual, because after a few seconds he jumped several tens of meters forward. The hero was immediately surprised because he had never seen anyone make a jump in this way before. The amazing place caught Li Xiulai's eyes, and he did not think that he would ever be able to see it. He also wondered whether the postman delivered letters quickly, because he could easily earn several million in a year thanks to his talent. The friendly old man exclaimed that they would need to visit their sister, which would necessitate a short walk. The walk continued, and gradually they did not head in the direction where their beloved sister was. The mansion resembled an ancient Chinese building, which even had a swimming pool nearby. A few minutes later, the elderly man exclaimed that Xiao Ning came to see sister with a guy. These words greatly embarrassed the girl, and she asked her grandfather not to say that anymore. Feeling awkward, even the young man understood that this old man did not feel the atmosphere at all. Still, the boy was very interested in what would happen next. For example, cultivators must have some special skills that ordinary people cannot see. He thought that they had to hide. Without seeing any reaction to her grandfather's words, Zhao Ning realized that Li didn't mind being called a couple. At that moment, the hero was thinking about something completely different, namely that Zhao Ning should have told him everything much earlier. But she didn't even look at him. At least this place was very fresh, since there was a swimming pool nearby. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a magical portal opened, and bright blue rays fell into the young man's field of vision. Lin Shuwei came out of the blue glow. She was the head of Qingyun. Bowing their heads, the friendly guests greeted the girl. For Xiao Ning, she was a grandmother, and for the elderly man, a sister. Seeing this young girl, the boy could not believe that she was the grandmother of his classmate. But Lin Shuwei was unhappy with such a visit, since the guests were rather ignorant. Confused, the specimen admitted that this was indeed the case, since they were who they were. Patting her brother on the head, Lin admitted that he looked younger and called him Little Chao Young, admitting that his cultivation was progressing well. The embarrassed elderly man admitted that it was all thanks to his beloved sister. Hearing the old man's nickname, the young man couldn't believe it, because the old man, who was over 70 years old, was called Little Chao Young. Having difficulty understanding, Li Sulai tried to calm down. In fact, he understood that online articles said that the higher a cultivator's cultivation level, the younger he becomes, and it seemed that the hero was too inattentive. Addressing her brother, the girl said that if he had any difficulties with cultivation, she would definitely help him. Leaning directly on Lin's shoulder, Little Chaoyang said that he would definitely do this if there were problems. This young girl was actually very kind, and it was immediately clear that she was a righteous person. However, this situation is very strange even considering that they are cultivators. Looking at the boy, Lin decided to find out if he was really Xiao Ning's target, while at the same time she thought that Li's essence was very pure. Perhaps he would help his granddaughter advance further in cultivation levels. Sighing heavily, Xiaoning admitted that her grandfather had invented everything for himself, but in fact she and Li Shulai were just classmates. Feeling dissatisfied, one of the strongest cultivators decided to find out why the main character dared to come here, since he is not Zhao Ning's boyfriend. Grandfather began to make excuses, saying that he saw a good and talented guy in this young man and wanted him to become his student. Because of these words, Lin Shuiwei immediately turned her gaze directly to Li Shulai. This guy really looked gorgeous, like some kind of genius who came down from heaven to earth. However, bowing her head, the lady said that there was no need to rush, and first the young man must be introduced to all his relatives. Coming closer to the main character, the grandfather began to calm him down and stroked him on the shoulder. Smiling with all 32 teeth, little Chao Yang said that he sincerely congratulated Li Shulai, but the young man did not yet understand what exactly he was being congratulated on at the moment. As it turned out, if my sister was unhappy with him, she would have refused him immediately. But if she didn't refuse him right away, then everything is fine. Because of this, the elderly man suggested that perhaps she would arrange some kind of test for the guy. That is why Li must stay close to the baby, since he is his future student. Sometime later, the banquet began. People discussed among themselves that they had not seen each other for 200 years. Many different young cultivators were simply chatting with each other and were happy to have such good company. Sometime later, the grandmother came, who for some people was a sister. For other girls, she was the head, or a mentor, which is why she aroused respect. "It was Lin Shuiwei," she exclaimed, "that all guests can sit down." The girl said that in a year they would have to make progress in their cultivation, and they were probably already able to feel the power as their energy was supposed to be purified. Each person needed to refrain from their arrogance and work hard to make progress in cultivation. The young man at that moment did not know whether the change in universal energy was a consequence of his rebirth. It was probably just a coincidence. This year they were going to hold a small event as before, and if he managed to take first place, they could receive a generous reward in the form of a new weapon. Last year, the winner received a flying magic weapon that could travel 1,000 miles a day. All the cultivators were very interested in how much money would be spent on them this year to conduct tests. The bald and persistent man at that moment shouted that his family would definitely win. Another guy with 2 pigtails exclaimed that the bald dude shouldn't even think about winning because he will win. Watching the braggarts present, little Chaoyang just laughed, after which he decided to introduce his new student, whose name is Li Shulai. According to others, this man was a genius. Since he was chosen by the master, he was full of energy. No one had seen such people before, but unfortunately every year the competition is different, so it will be impossible to predict what will happen this year. The information about the competition frightened the young man very much, because he did not know what test he would have to pass. Feeling very anxious, the young man shouted that he was just a beginner and had not even learned a single technique. However, his teacher laughed again and asked him not to worry, since their event was just for entertainment. But for Li Shulai, there was a special test that Sister Lin Shuawei had to prepare. Meanwhile, Xiaoning decided to eavesdrop on a conversation between her grandfather and a classmate. The young lady was very indignant because Li Shulai had already started calling her grandfather uncle. The gray-haired man was determined and told his very student that the test would be quite simple, and he himself should soon understand everything. Sometime later, events continued to occur in the square, not far from the mansion. While observing unusual phenomena, the main character noticed something strange. A certain strange person confused him greatly, since he was probably one of the strongest cultivators. As it turned out, there was not even one cultivator, but 3. They could fly with the help of their weapons. The other cultivator looked like some kind of strange creature, and he had a magic stick in his hands. There was also a young guy nearby who looked ordinary, however. He was the one who could control the electric dragon. All the people who were nearby were the strongest cultivators with the help of their abilities. They could control the forces of the elements. Looking at such strong warriors, the young man could not believe that something like this could even exist. A few seconds later, he still saw that these strongest cultivators were preparing food using their magical abilities. One of the guys was preparing some kind of dish to look like a huge sausage. Another chubby guy was putting rice into the slow cooker to cook it. In Li Shulai's opinion, all this was completely unpredictable, because he could not imagine that in life, all cultivators work hard to improve their ability and then do it. In addition, the boy at that moment realized that no one but him was at all surprised. Xiaoning noticed the hero's reaction and immediately decided to find out if he was disappointed after what he saw. A classmate decided to explain that the path to improvement is long and boring, and it is impossible to get together every time to exchange calligraphy classics. Her grandmother believed that work and leisure should be combined, so once a year events are held to relax and exchange impressions and experiences along the way. Her hobby throughout her life is to eat deliciously. The one who can cope with her stomach will win. Turning to her future lover, the lady decided to find out if he had figured out what could be prepared for the competition. It seemed to the girl that the weather was hot, so her appetite must not be very good, and it was unclear why not prepare something spicy, like an appetizer. Winking at his interlocutor, Xiaoning enthusiastically began to talk about shredded chicken, which would be spicy, as well as cold appetizers, tofu, menpo soup, or something else. In her opinion, it was all very appetizing. Continue looking at the young man. The beauty was only thinking about whether he understood her hint. Continuing to talk about her grandmother, Xiaoning mentioned that she was originally from Sichuan. Perhaps she missed the tastes of her hometown, but this was a secret that could not be told to anyone. After listening to his companion, Li Shulai realized that she was really worried about him, which was very sweet. The determined hero exclaimed that he understood his interlocutor and would take into account what she said. Fortunately, in her past life, ours really was a real ace in cooking. His lover constantly asked him to cook different dishes, such as garlic wings, lamb chops with garlic, and also ramen, but always with garlic. She believed that he would succeed. After all, he loved his girlfriend more than anyone in the world. In her past life, Zhang Guifan loved to eat deliciously, so he didn't really have anything left. Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Viennese cuisine, and the other 8 major cuisines, he had no problem with them. Even a dish from French and Italian cuisine was within his power. There was just one nuance. Li Shulai did not want to cook at all, since in his past life he had to do it every day. After some time, the main character was already not far from the cooking pot and was thinking about what exactly to cook. Lin Shuwei stood nearby. She immediately noticed her future son-in-law and decided to watch him. The experienced food eater immediately noticed that the boy had not cooked anything at all yet, but he was quite calm. Closing his eyes, the young man continued to think about what kind of dish he should cook. Little Chao Yang didn't understand why the guy just stands there and does nothing, as if he doesn't know how to cook. Feeling uneasy, the elderly man even began to think that perhaps he had been praising Li in vain. Fortunately, grandmother exclaimed that there was no need to rush, and he could spend as much time cooking as he needed. She also knew that at this age, young people have a lot of energy, so he shouldn't make a mistake. It was also impossible to rush in such a matter as cooking, since the taste of the dish directly depends on how long it will take to cook. The slightly confused hero understood that there were indeed a lot of dishes. The choice was too great. Still, he managed to touch the frying pan in order to start cooking. Grabbing the oil, Li Shulai began to elegantly pour it into the pan and realized that he could cook all the dishes, since there were truly too many to choose from. Sometime later, events continued to occur near the mansion. Looking at some strange dish, people could not understand what it was. The main character's preparation of the dish was successfully completed, and he proudly began to pour it onto the plate. However, not just one dish was prepared, but a whole set, which is why the other cooks were simply horrified. After looking at the many dishes, the chefs thought that taste did not depend on quantity, and the head could not appreciate this. Continuing to look arrogantly at Li Shulai, the crowd said that their chapter was not so easy to deceive, and apparently this guy was simply weak in cultivation, which is why he decided to go through the competition and cheated. The kind man exclaimed that they had probably never met the young man before, but an unconventional style would not lead to anything good and would only cause disgust. But the main character thought differently and said that in any case, the head will evaluate the dish. If the food seems tasteless, then he will simply return to cultivation. This angered the crowd even more, since they did not understand how the cook did not know whether his dishes were tasty or not. Quality ingredients required, quality preparation, but with Li, everything was done in a hurry. Listening to criticism from the crowd, the boy felt uneasy, because he could not tolerate the noise and insults from them. At this moment, Lin Shuwei watched everything that was happening and was amazed at what exactly was happening. Looking at his sister, the baby realized that, although she tried, it was still difficult to hide her emotions. The heads tapping on the table began to give her away. It seemed that Lin Shuwei was very passionate and was interested in watching this conflict. After clearing his throat, little Chaoyang began to act and wanted to say something to his subordinate. Using the OK sign, the elderly man signaled to the main character that everything was fine. This action calmed Li Shulai, because before this he was very worried and was not sure that the head would appreciate his dishes. At that moment, the gray-haired man only thought that the guy always needed to remain calm, and if anything happened, he would always help him. And he also hoped that Xiaoning would take the opportunity to pay attention to him. Sometime later, the tasting began, and many girls were preparing to start their meal. In order to properly perform the tasting, certain samples were selected from a large amount of food. Soon, samples of this food were brought to independent judges who had to try it and give their assessment. First, the man tried a piece of the dish and felt that it was incredibly tasty. The two brothers also tried the dish and began to cry because they had never tasted anything more delicious. Watching the tasters, the young man realized that they really seemed to like the dish. All that remained was to wait for the head's opinion. The head also began to approach the table, where there was a large amount of food, and now she had to choose a dish to try. Bowing their heads, the kind girls invited Lin Shuwei to conduct a tasting. The first dish was fish soup. Having tasted the fish soup, her head immediately realized that this dish was really better than she thought. The fifth dish was fish head in red pepper flakes. They impressed with their beautiful presentation and chic taste. Having tasted another dish, Lin Shuwei even blushed, as the taste simply amazed her. The tasting went very well, and Li continued to closely watch the head. The 10th dish was Mao Shuwen. This is a rather unusual dish for Chinese cuisine, and it was the one that should have struck the girl's heart. The main character had great hopes for this dish because it was truly gorgeous. The spectators nearby could not understand how Li Sulai could even know about the existence of such dishes. The 12th dish was spicy bean curd called mapo tofu in Sichuan, Lin Shuwei. At that moment, only thought that this was really her favorite dish. Having grabbed a piece of tofu cheese with chopsticks, the girl instantly wanted to taste it in order to feel this favorite taste. Taking a small bite of the tofu, the lady blushed again. Her taste buds were simply in shock at what they were about to experience. Every taste bud thanked Li Xiulai for this luxurious dish, thanks to which the head experienced incredible pleasure. Feeling full, the influential girl almost lost consciousness, since she had not tasted such a luxurious dish for a very long time. A few seconds later, she still managed to come to her senses and was in shock. Sighing heavily, Lydia decided to ask the cook what exactly he added to this dish. The determined young man exclaimed that he had added only sincerity to this dish. Previously, his beloved girl asked to cook different foods, which is why he listened to her like a faithful dog and did everything possible for her to enjoy the delicious taste. At that moment, the audience began to laugh because they thought that the head did not like the dish, which is why Li Xiulai should have been disqualified. All the chefs were very happy, since this competitor was quite serious, which is why the chances of victory were slim. Laughing, Lin Shuwei asked her assistant to provide the best cook with a magic weapon and a book. Hearing this, no one could believe that the head announced the results before conducting the tasting. Everyone was dissatisfied with this because their dishes were never tasted, and Lin could not make an objective decision. Bowing before the lady, one of the elderly cooks said that the girl simply did not understand what she was losing, since he had been studying nutrition for not 12 years, but about 60. However, even despite his insufficient cultivation, Li Xiulai was very strong in cooking, and it is clear that it is difficult to compete with the old people. Still, the most experienced chef admitted that this young man is the winner, since he prepared all the food quickly and efficiently. While the others were preparing one dish, he had already prepared as many as 10 varieties of food. Kneeling down, the old man began to literally beg the master to accept him as his student, because his skill was impressive. Such a reaction to the prepared dishes was very strange for Li Xiulai. He could not have expected that he could win the heart of not only the lady, but also other people. Evening came and events continued to happen in the heavenly mansion. Many people were disappointed with the results of the competition. Their dishes were not tried, and they ended up as losers. As it turned out, Lin Shuwei decided to ask the hero to cook a few more dishes. The woman stood in the kitchen all this time and waited. Li Xiulai's skill was unrivaled, because no one could ever match the taste of the food he prepared. Continuing to watch the young man, the woman suddenly exclaimed that from that day on, he would be her student. Hearing this, the boy was simply shocked, because he thought that there should be some kind of worship ceremony. And everything went somehow too simply. There were not even any fireworks. The woman saw Li's reaction and decided to find out if he really thought that the acceptance process in a disciple was too easy. Embarrassed by such a question, the young man said that this was indeed so, and somehow he was very easily accepted as a student. However, the self-confident head exclaimed that the 21st century is already in the yard, and old principles cannot be compromised. Lin Shuwei also decided to give the hero advice regarding the fact that after his return, she advised him to cultivate on his own. And if the young man does not understand something, then he can easily ask little Chao Yang for advice. In the future, he will need to come to Qingyun every week to relax and undergo training. The head was going to announce a specific time for arrival in the future. Looking at her granddaughter, the lady also decided to turn to her in order to say something. Smiling, Lin asked Xiao Ning to be with Li, because it seemed that she had figured out how to solve her cultivation problem. Blushing with embarrassment, the girl just giggled happily and told her grandmother that she would follow her instructions. A few hours later, night fell and events continued to occur in the park. Turning around, the dissatisfied girl noticed that the young man had been staring at her all the way and wanted to know why. Because of this, the hero felt awkward, as if his companion had eyes in the back of her head. Scratching his nose, Li Xiulai tried to justify himself and said that he was just thinking. From now on, he decided that he would be more patient, since previously his behavior had been rather chaotic. Having moved forward, the boy exclaimed that they needed to move on so as not to waste time in gifts. After thinking for a while, the girl stopped again and shouted that Li Xiulai was just taking advantage of her. The next day, events continued to occur at the university, where the professor told the main character that he had a very good thesis. The structure of the thesis and the overall assessment and data analysis were excellent, making Professor Guo say that he was proud of Li Xiulai. These words caused confusion and joy in the student. He only said that the professor praised him too much. However, there were still problematic areas in the thesis, and the man wanted to discuss them. The dissertation could further strengthen the interpretation and elaboration of certain key concepts. During the conversation between the teacher and the student, a girl came in. She was dressed in a business suit. The stranger turned to Guo Guoqiang and said that she advised him to go to the academic affairs office. Having decided to end the dialogue, the professor said that they could continue their discussion tomorrow, and the student did not mind. At that moment, the main character realized that the teacher was probably already having problems. The impudent girl could have set him up and slandered him, which is why Guo Guo Yang died in his past life. Having passed by the girl, the man did not care at all about her, since he did not interact with her in any way. The plower shouted that the old man shouldn't have gotten in her way, and if he didn't let her finish her training in peace, she would cut off his oxygen. Turning around, the blonde noticed that Li Sulai was standing nearby, who had heard everything she had just said. The only thing in his thoughts about the impudent girl at that moment was that Li could see for himself how his precious professor sank to the bottom, because he could not scare her. After classes, events continued to occur in the men's dormitory. Jiang Ming asked his best friend whether his diploma had passed the test, because he was still somewhat serious, but the young man only said that he thought everything was fine. Laughing mockingly, the hero shouted that Zhang had better take care of his diploma and pass it as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the friend was in complete despair because he still had not completed his diploma. However, even despair did not bother him, which is why he simply climbed onto the bed and said that he would rest a little. Looking out the window, Li only thought that most likely the professor would be punished. Before this happened, he had to carry out his own plan. Grabbing the pen, the determined hero thought only that the evidence he had been collecting all this time should see the light of day. A few minutes later, the teacher finally arrived to the academic affairs representative. The man felt rather awkward because he understood that the student had simply set him up. At that moment, the impudent girl pretended to be a victim and pretended that she felt bad. The academic affairs representative decided to say that the girl had previously told him that the teacher used his authority to start a relationship with her. These words literally enraged the teacher, and he hit the table with all his might. Guoqiang began shouting that this was a lie and he would be held accountable for his words, and also assured the representative that he did nothing. The teacher assured that he had been working here for many years, and everyone knew him, and also understood what kind of morals and character he had. The scoundrel continued to lie, saying that the professor said that he would not honor her thesis, and claimed that she would not be able to defend it. Unfazed, the teacher replied that it was all because the student's thesis was initially written with errors. Moreover, she did not write it herself. This is a much more compelling reason for refusal. Continuing to cry, the impudent woman shouted that Go wanted to take advantage of the innocent girl to satisfy his needs. Acting as a victim, the scoundrel roared and said that this was just a thesis and just a graduation from the university, but she had never even received a scholarship. The representatives of the commission were very offended by this. The man began to feel awkward because he saw that the student was really unwell. In fact, everyone thought that this student was right and she was telling the truth. After all, this girl was really beautiful. She had great opportunities and good looks. There was no point in dating the professor in order to discredit his name. Starting to tremble with anger, the man shouted at Zhang Xueli to stop, since there was only one lie in her words. Wiping tears from her face, the student turned to her dear leaders and asked to listen to the fact that the professor demands evidence, but she should not present it, since she is a victim. Feeling furious, Guo began shouting that his name had been smeared and he did not need to provide evidence because he was innocent. Zhang Xueli continued to manipulate, saying that a simple student cannot have as much influence as a professor who has been teaching for dozens of years. Moreover, she always considered the professor to be an honest teacher and did not think that everything would be like this. Shouting out Xueli's name, the professor ordered her to stop talking nonsense. After all, he had a family consisting of a wife and children, and he would never do something like that. And then the student began to lie that the teacher let her into his office and locked the door, planning to do something terrible. The skilled manipulator argued that if her appearance is not evidence, then she does not know what else the selection committee needs, because where should it get evidence from? Suddenly, the girl stopped the student and said that she didn't want to hear anything else. Stopping crying, Zhang Xueli continued to claim that the old man was a real beast, and she didn't even know how many other girls had suffered at his hands. She had also heard that Professor Guo's students had the lowest graduation rate. Trying to calm down the poor student, the employee said that the organization would sort it out anyway. However, before the result became known, the woman advised the professor to stop teaching classes. This outcome of the investigation was extremely unsatisfactory for the man, since he fell in love with his job and wanted to continue teaching. Through her tears, Nahalka continued to watch the professor and thought only that she had taken proper revenge on him. As it turned out, at this moment Jiang Ming was able to listen to the conversation between the commission and the teacher. Sensing something was wrong, the boy realized that Zhang Shuili had made a scene here and was trying to discredit their teacher. Instantly, the young man began to run to his friend to tell him what had happened. Running into the dormitory room, the comrade reported to Li Shulai that Zhang Shuili had slandered Professor Guo, and they urgently needed to do something. Smiling maliciously, the main character exclaimed that all the evidence would be ready by night. A few hours later, events continued to occur at 12 honk at night. The two comrades dressed in black clothes and looked like ninjas. The guys started posting some pictures of Zhang Shuili and the bald guy she was kissing. There were quite a few such images. Everything was so that people could see what this student really was like. Many photographs were posted throughout the university with impudent people who dared to discredit the honor of the professor. The next day, everyone noticed that the photographs showed Zhang Shuili kissing and hugging with some men. At this time, the impudent student did not even suspect what had happened and calmly got out of bed. Opening her eyes, she saw her friends who were looking at her nervously, as if they wanted to say something. Initially, Zhang Shuili did not understand anything and decided to ask her friends why they were looking at her like that. Feeling panicked, one of the girls said that someone had posted photos of her friend. Having put on the slippers, the girl immediately wanted to find out what kind of photographs were posted. One of the friends took out a photograph to show it to her interlocutor. This photo showed a guy with Zhang Shuili, and they were hugging each other kindly. Seeing this photo, the girl immediately began to panic because she understood that this would cause her a lot of problems. As it turned out, this was not the only photo that was posted around the university. Trembling with fear and anger, Zhang Shuili tried to come up with a plan on how to act, but nothing came to mind. Experiencing strong rage, the girl literally tore the photograph because she understood that she might no longer be able to study at this university. The rich girl really wanted to kill the man who did all this because no one had done this to her before. The photographs continued to hang on the walls of the university, and more students had already seen them. Still, someone decided to tear down one of the photographs so that they would not be seen again. As it turned out, it was Zhang Shuili, because she really didn't want even more people to see what kind of men she was dating. One of the students suggested that this girl was an escort, but another insisted that her family had a lot of money, and it was unlikely that she would take such a job. Starting to laugh madly, the same girl from the photographs shouted that female students should not speak so loudly in her presence. However, they didn't care at all, because in their opinion, Zhang Shuili was a shameless person, and she was ordered not to even dare to open her mouth since they were not under her control. Everyone started laughing at this lousy girl because she was dating everyone, and it was unclear where such a disgusting girl came from at their university. The main character watched everything that was happening and only thought that Zhang Shuili. Until that moment, she did not understand how painful it was for others, but she didn't take into account that this step would be the first on the path to destroying her image. The determined boy exclaimed that in this case it was time to move on to the second step towards destroying the image of Zhang Shuili. Sometime later, events continued to happen in a coffee shop, where Yang Feilong met the boy and claimed that his plan was simply amazing, and he could not wait to bring it to life. The proposed technologies could indeed help Feilong Company very well in identifying weak points. After listening to his interlocutor, the young man only decided to find out if he was satisfied. Sighing heavily, the man was upset because he thought that Li would work with him in the same company, and it was a big loss. However, at that moment, the hero encouraged the man and said that in fact the previous plan was just a sketch. After all, today's plan concerns specifically trade, and this is much more effective. Looking at the boy, Yang Feilong realized that he was clearly not sitting idle. After such a long fishing, it was unclear whether he was going to pull out the nets. The smart young man exclaimed that he wanted his interlocutor to be able to acquire a company called Zhangquan. This request was indeed quite unusual, and the man was even a little embarrassed. The main character needed this because he had one very respected teacher. Sometime later, their dialogue was nearing completion, and Li said that he wanted to help the teacher get rid of this terrible stigma and wanted to show everyone Zhang Shuili's arrogance. Moreover, I wanted all her patrons to also sink to the bottom. The businessman's reaction was quite ambiguous. He got up from the table and seemed angry and angry because of the student's words. However, at that moment, the teacher thought that there was nobility hidden in this young man because he wanted to shame the arrogant man, and this is a very noble act. A determined Yang Feilong exclaimed that it seemed like it was time for Zhang Shuili's patrons to close their business. That same day, events continued to occur in the men's dormitory. The main character's best friend couldn't even imagine what Li had recently done. However, Zhang Ming really liked even the first step taken. since the scoundrel had already received what she deserved. Still, this was just the first step, and Zhang Shuili could no longer continue to stay here. Unfortunately, at this time, Professor Guo was still suspended due to an investigation. The commission said that the professor would not get away with this. Zhang Ming also saw the sad face of the professor and wanted to ask his comrade if anything would happen to him. At this point, the young man said that he would need to go out for a while. Events continued to take place on the lake, not far from the university. The disappointed teacher stood near the lake and thought about something. Suddenly, someone called out to the man and addressed him as Professor Guo. The smart student smiled and said that the professor should not worry because the truth would soon surface. The concerned teacher just wanted to know how one of his most outstanding students was going to fight such influential people. It wasn't that the professor is a bad teacher, it's just that now those who used to communicate with him respectfully now don't even look in his direction. These people thought that Guo was involved in the situation with the student, and he was considered the culprit. The teacher's colleagues also said that he had no chance because even the deputy director was involved. After Zhang Shuili and her father found out about the situation, they were very angry and thought that they would go all the way, and the university was unlikely to go against them. But the Zhang family believes that this matter is trivial, and the teacher only needed to admit his guilt and then resign. Otherwise, her family will ruin the man's reputation to such an extent that they will never be able to hire him again. Life is actually very long, and you have to pay for everything. There are many private institutions that need teachers. These words caused anger and hysteria in Professor Guo, because in fact he was not guilty. No one would have thought that a student would use such methods. However, the main character knew Zhang Shuili's secret. She used money to put pressure on people, and they, in turn, would take even more money to put pressure on her. Looking at his student, the teacher could not imagine that he would be the last one to believe in him. The idea was indeed good, but too naive. Since an ordinary teacher and student have quite little money, looking at the sky, the man suggested that perhaps in this world there is some kind of heavenly judge who will put everything in its place. The smart teacher also suggested that he probably couldn't teach Li Shulai anything else. However, he asked him to remember that Li has extraordinary abilities and should beware of people to avoid getting into trouble like the professor himself. As he is now a living example of failed interactions with rich people, the hero nevertheless began to convince the professor that he had previously taught that one should not give up in the face of difficulties, so he decided to tell him something. Smiling, the Soaring exclaimed that revenge would certainly be accomplished in any case. No one will be able to escape justice, which is why he asked the man not to end his life in order to prove his innocence. Thus, the professor agreed to wait because he believed in his student. The next day, events continued to occur in the corridor of the first academic building. The impudent girl, as if nothing had happened, sat in the audience and hummed some kind of melody. Coming closer to Zhang Shuili, the young man asked her to withdraw her complaint against the professor. However, the scoundrel did not show it and pretended that there was no complaint. Indignant, she exclaimed that Li Shulai should not get involved in this, since we should not forget what happened to Guo Guoqiang. The young man did not want to end his career before he even had time to start it. The smart guy only said that this was the last time he would give Zhang Shuili the opportunity to end this conflict. The student responded instantly, saying that she would still have many chances to influence other people, and she was not going to stop. In her opinion, Li Shulai was the bottom of their society, and he should not even think that he could help his dear teacher in any way. People like him will always be footmats for people like her. As he began to leave, the main character only said that the countdown had begun, and Zhang Shuili should be prepared for what would happen next. But the arrogant girl could not understand what exactly her interlocutor was talking about. Sometime later, events continued to occur at Zhang Shuili's family estate. At that moment, the girl had just come home and was humming some melody sarcastically. Putting down her shoes, the haughty wretch exclaimed to her father that she was home. Suddenly, her father shouted that they would soon become even more famous. This will happen due to the fact that the Feilong company wants to cooperate with them. Soon, her father was going to go to the bank for a loan for business development. The delighted man began to talk about the Feilong company, saying that it received several million investments as soon as it opened. Now it ranks first in its industry. The head of Yang personally sent him an invitation. Hearing about this proposal, the girl immediately began to think that Feilong's company was indeed very rich. Thinking about Li Shulai's words, the rich woman only began to laugh, because some hillbilly was giving her the last chance, and now she will become even richer. The father was very happy that in the future, their family's assets would increase by a few more zeros. Zhang Shuili had to get into the circle of noble ladies so that she could enjoy exquisite cuisine. The delighted daughter also told her father that she would not let him down and would work hard in the future. These words really inspired the man because he was happy about such fruitful cooperation. The next day, events continued to occur in the self-study room. In order to attract the attention of the main character, the girl crumpled up a piece of paper and threw it at his back. However, the boy had an outstanding reaction, which is why he was easily able to catch the piece of paper. He immediately decided to throw this paper ball at his offender's face in order to take revenge on her. Suddenly, the young man began to count down the time. And Zhang Shuili, meanwhile, was furious because of his action. Hearing how her enemy was counting, she immediately did not understand what was going on because he was waiting for something. Soon, time was up and something had to happen soon. As soon as the counting was completed, someone immediately called Zhang Shuili and said that there was a problem. It was the girl's father. He said that now her family is bankrupt and she can no longer return home, which is why she needs to leave. This call was just in time, as the main character continued to monitor the time. And according to it, his plan worked perfectly. The frightened girl decided to come closer to her offender and ask what exactly he managed to do. But the young man decided not to tell what exactly he managed to do, and only noticed that he could not do anything against such a great and powerful Zhang family. Soon after this, someone called the scoundrel's phone number and started shouting for her to hurry up and return the money to her father. After all, if she doesn't return it, then she can at least go to the panel, since she is very sociable. Because of this fateful call, Zhang Shuili literally began to panic, because she did not know how to proceed. Dropping the phone on the floor, the scoundrel's legs began to tremble. She almost fell due to panic. Falling to the floor, Shuili said that this cannot be, because all this looks like a bad dream. In any case, the main character understood that money is the most unreliable thing, because only money could save Zhang Shuili, and if it runs out, then there is no salvation. Looking down on the impudent student, the young man asked her to think about everything. Sometime later, events continued to occur near Zhang Shuili's mansion. All the walls were splattered with paint, and there were a lot of people around, making it very difficult to enter the house. However, evening had already come, and the girl thought that all the people had left, which is why she could safely go inside the house. Even inside the house, everything was literally ruined, and it was no longer possible to live in it. There was chaos all around, but Zhang immediately ran to her room to check if her jewelry was in place. With a trembling hand, she tried to open her door in order to look into the locker. Unfortunately, as it turned out, the jewelry was completely missing, and there was nothing expensive. The other cabinets were also empty, as if someone had deliberately robbed them. He fell to the floor again. The scoundrel was confused, because now she had absolutely no money. There were a lot of different people in this world, and everyone was trying to somehow make a lot of money. However, there are also many people who deliberately show off their money. Naturally, for every rich man, there is a rich man who will be much more influential. The main character turned out to be the only one who could save Zhang Shuili, but she didn't believe that he could save her because her family invested money in the Feilong company, and it must have been some kind of joke. Sighing heavily, the girl only remembered Li Shulai's words and thought about what exactly he said. Holding the phone in her hands, the student tried to understand where her parents were and whether they were okay at all. But after several phone calls, the parents still didn't answer. The girl knew that in TV series, debtors were dealt with somehow cruelly, and hoped that this would not happen. This grim turn of events frightened her extremely, and she was afraid that something had happened to her parents. In any case, she did not understand what to do, since the money could only be enough for a month of life. At that same second, there was a loud crash, as if someone was trying to break down the door. These sounds frightened the defenseless girl very much, which is why she was terrified. As it turned out, someone tried to break down the door with their foot and hit it with all their might. The man who broke down the door was strong enough. He didn't even break a sweat, and he didn't have to put much effort into such a door. Another man noticed how the girl entered this room, and as far as he remembered, she did not leave. The bandits were very amused that they would now enter the room and demand Zhang Shuili to repay huge debts, since they believed that she might have money. Trying to stop the flow of tears, the girl began to think about what exactly she should do now. With every second, the door became more and more fragile, and in the near future it should have broken. Screaming out of desperation, Lady tried to convince the bandits that she had no money, but her parents did, which is why she should not be touched. However, the bandits believed that the father's debts were the daughter's retribution. This phrase was known to many. Grabbing the girl by the throat, she was instantly thrown to the floor, which is why she began to panic even more. One of the bandits shouted to hold her because they didn't want her to run away somewhere. Very frightened, Zhang Xueli began screaming to be released because she was not guilty of anything. The girl tried her best to convince the bandits that she had absolutely no money and would not be able to pay them back. Suddenly, one of the villains found the girl's pink wallet and immediately realized that she was lying. The man noticed that it was not good to lie about there being no money, because there was some. This money was literally the last thing the desperate student tried to take it away from. Unfortunately, the scoundrels did not like this, which is why one of them hit Zhang Xueli directly in the face. As it turned out, there were only a few hundred yuan in the wallet, and this was not enough to pay off the debts. The evil scoundrel exclaimed that the girl could in any case repay their debts not with money. Trembling with fear, Zhang Xueli did not understand what to do, since she could not do anything against several huge men. Experiencing panic with the last of her strength, the lady began to scream so that they would not dare touch her. The bandit knew that the professor had allegedly previously met with her, and it was not surprising to him that he could date such a girl. Tears continued to flow down the girl's face. She only said that she could not pay because she had no money. Although she had previously dated many men, the bandits did not understand why she could not pay differently. The gang leader exclaimed that Zhang Xueli had already paid other men before, and he would like to know why she was refusing now. Trying to justify herself, the scoundrel only said that she needed to be released because she can find her parents, and they have money, and she will ask for it back since she is the only daughter, and they will listen to her. Laughing loudly, the scoundrel exclaimed that in any case, then she would be better off dead, since her parents ran away a long time ago, and they did not need her. It was at that moment that the girl only thought that she had not listened to her dad in vain. In fact, just yesterday, everything was fine, and Zhang Xueli was just living her normal life. However, today her life has turned into hell. The arrogant men continued to hold the girl. They didn't care that she was begging to let her go. Suddenly, someone decided to stop the bandit and asked him to stop. It turned out that it was a man in a business suit, and he asked to take your hands off the girl. Continuing to cry, Xueli realized that she would probably be saved now. Still, the bandit stopped and asked the other to tell the gentleman that they had a new valuable product. It seems that at that moment, Zhang Xueli realized that she was still in danger. The girl screamed very loudly throughout the entire mansion to let her go. Feeling in danger, she tried to convince the bandits that she had absolutely no money and could not pay her parents' debts. Unfortunately, the bandit didn't care at all about this, and they continued to lead the girl to the boss. The man in the business suit hit Xueli with all his might and ordered her to remain silent, because if she made another sound, he would kill her. Holding the student by the head, this whole situation only made the scoundrels laugh as they wondered why she didn't want to talk to them. If the girl got it fixed, they convinced her that she would no longer have trouble and she could save a lot of time. Meanwhile, the main character stood nearby and watched everything that was happening. Experiencing severe pain from the beatings, the classmate nevertheless noticed her classmate standing nearby. It was then that she remembered Zulai's words, because he said that only he could save her. Starting to scream, Zhang Xueli literally began to beg for help since she had no other choice. Having escaped from the clutches of the bandit, the girl began her escape and continued to beg for salvation. Nevertheless, she admitted to the young man that she believed him and began to continue to ask for salvation. At that moment, she really realized that only her classmate could help in such a difficult situation. Now she was on her knees in front of the main character and begging for salvation, because the bandits wanted to sell her. Looking down on Zhang Xueli, Li decided to find out if she really wanted to be saved. The insignificant girl began to hug the young man's legs, saying that she was very grateful to him. The unshakable boy still decided to find out what exactly they were doing with Professor Guo, and in order to record everything that was said, the hero decided to turn on the recorder and start recording. The blonde decided to say that this old man did not give access to her diploma, but they had nothing. Because of what had happened, she slandered the professor and wanted him to be removed from his position, and in the meantime, she would calmly pass her diploma. Looking at the bandits, the student began to cry again and said that she did not mean anything bad, continuing to beg for help. Nevertheless, Li Shulai decided to ask one last question regarding whether the professor was really innocent of what Zhang Xueli said about him. Meanwhile, the head of the bandits was already nearby and noticed that the impudent girl had found herself an assistant. In a panic, Xueli admitted that the professor was completely innocent of anything, and she had slandered him. Thus, the hero realized that the professor really was not lying. The bandits were already very close and asked the stranger not to interfere with their work. One of the criminals was already reaching out to the girl to grab her, but she again did not want to be in their hands and thought that Lee Sulai could save her. The student admitted that the professor did not deserve this. She herself lured him into a trap, and she understands that she was wrong, which is why she begged to let her go. Until the last moment, the young man tried to justify the professor and asked if Zhang Shuili really made a mistake. Looking straight into Li's eyes, the girl exclaimed that she really had lied, and this was her punishment. She deserved it. Trying to beg for forgiveness, the pitiful girl begged Li with all her might to save her. Now she was even going to help the professor wash away the shame of his reputation, and she would do everything possible for this. The final proof of the professor's innocence was successfully recorded, and now the young man stopped the recording of the voice recorder. At that moment, the boy apologized to the girl and said that these bandits are not as kind as him, because debts must be repaid. As if nothing had happened, he asked the three big men to continue attacking the girl because she did not deserve forgiveness. This act made one of the bald bandits laugh, which is why he began to laugh loudly. The other bandits also began to laugh because they understood that no one could help such a scoundrel because she did not deserve it. Initially, it was sad to think that such a beauty would have to be sold, but now they did not regret anything. In any case, the affairs of these bandits did not concern the main character at all, and he only wanted to clear the honor of the professor. Leaving the scene, the young man at the last moment said that Zhang Shuili. He had already said that she was a rich man. There would be a richer man. It was then that the humiliated student realized that, as it turned out, Li was indeed right. Mocking the culprit of the incident, the men only insisted that she was an ideal candidate for sale. The impudent woman nevertheless decided to talk to Li for the last time, saying that he did not dare to do this to her. After all, if her parents had been here, he would not have said a word since she trusted him. Now Zhang Shuili considered herself a complete idiot since she had bought into the young man's provocation. The strongest man decided to grab the lady and said that they had to leave and she should not lag behind. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Zhang Shuili could only accept that it would soon be sold. With the last of her strength, the scoundrel tried to convince Li Sulai that he would not get away with this because people would not believe him, and the professor would lose his reputation and would never even dare to raise his head. These words made the main character stop as he couldn't help but respond to it. Addressing the loser, the young man argued that people don't change, and if she had behaved more modestly, she would have realized that he could help her, and he really had a lot of money, but it's just a pity that she couldn't pass the last test. Now the scoundrel was no longer going to believe the boy and was no longer going to ask him for help. The main bandit exclaimed that they were probably planning a show here and asked to let the girl go. The boss told the girl that his comrades have a lot of money, so they should be gentler, because perhaps someone will take pity on her in the future. The boy nevertheless decided to find out from the bandits exactly how much her family owed, and then the criminals said that this amount was quite small, amounting to only 1 million yuan. Showing the receipt, the young man decided to find out if this amount was enough to cover all expenses. It turned out that the check indicated an amount of 20 million yuan, which made Zhang Shuili completely shocked. The impudent girl immediately began to reach out to the young man's hands and, literally with all her strength, asked him to help. The beaten and upset scoundrel did everything possible to save her skin. But the main character decided that he would not immediately give a check with this money, since she did not deserve it. Due to the fact that Li Sulai sharply dropped his hand, the impudent woman fell straight onto the asphalt with all her might and hit her head hard. In fact, the young man brought savings books with him and wanted to help her family with debts, and who would have thought that she would miss this opportunity, because didn't she know that sometimes it's worth thinking, but now nothing will help her? Smiling, Li Sulai still decided to find out if the interlocutor knew him, why the Feilong company offered cooperation to her family. As it turned out, it was the main character who told them this. Bursting into tears, Zhang Shuili could not believe these words, because earlier, she considered her classmate to be a village boy, who was also incredibly poor. Now for the girl, this outcome of the situation was really very scary, which made her not stop crying, because it was a missed chance that could have helped her avoid falling into the abyss. Li Sulai and all the other people understood that it was the impudent girl who was to blame for everything, and she should not have behaved like that. Soon, he turned to the bandits and said that he had nothing to do with Zhang Shuili's affairs, which is why they could do whatever they saw fit with her. In desperation, the former classmate tried to push for pity, and yet she begged the young man to help her somehow, because she had made a mistake. The next day, absolutely all the university students learned that it was Zhang Xueli who was the culprit of the conflict with Professor Guo. And in fact, he was not to blame for anything. Thus, each of the students realized that the professor was completely innocent, and he was suspended from classes in vain. But some people were sincerely sorry that the voice of the one who committed justice was hard to hear, and they could not recognize this person. Fortunately, the commission still believed that this recording was genuine, and the professor was indeed innocent of anything. And on that day, they learned that Zhang Xueli's family had gone bankrupt. The head of the commission sincerely understood that business is business. Now that the truth has come out, no one will go to Zhang Xueli's side, and the professor can return to teaching. He was treated very unfairly. This is what your system is turning into when students use such vile methods. Such mistakes should not be allowed in the future, and now the university administrators will be careful. In the future, they gathered to prevent the spread of this kind of injustice by any means possible. There were rumors throughout the university that Zhang Xueli had already paid for what she said and had not yet shown up. Some heard that she had dropped out of school and the family had gone bankrupt. A lot of people said that someone saw a girl in a nightclub. She had changed a lot, but she was denying her true identity. The main character's best friend listened, and the boy decided to distract him a little, since eavesdropping was not good. Jiang Ming decided to ask his friend if he knew who this kind person was who was able to record this conversation, because it seems that he knows their university very well, and perhaps even their classmate. The hero nevertheless decided to admit to his best friend that he did it, but his friend did not believe it, since the Jiang family had assets worth hundreds of millions, and his pockets were empty. Still, Jiang Ming asked his friend not to worry, because if he gets hungry, he can always turn to him, because it won't be difficult for him to treat his friend. The red-haired boy nevertheless decided to stop his friend and said that they needed to go somewhere. At this moment, the young man only thought that he had managed to deal with Professor Guo's problem, and this would not happen again. A few minutes later, events continued to occur in the university cafeteria. Ming decided to ask the boy if he wanted anything else for lunch, but Li replied that he would only eat soup. Suddenly, not far away, the hero discovered Zhao Ning, who was just looking for a place to sit. At first glance, the classmate was not in the mood, and she decided to find out whether that recording with Zhang Xueli was really the work of Li Xiulai. The question remained unanswered, since the young man was eating soup at that moment. However, according to the interlocutor, silence is a sign of consent, because she was not completely stupid. Despite the processing, she could still distinguish the hero's voice from someone else's. Laughingly, in this case, he decided to find out why Xiaoning was asking, since she herself knows everything. Still, the student was worried about her former classmate, because although she had defiled Professor Guo, they still treated her very cruelly. The young man said that the scoundrel was taken away by creditors, and he had nothing to do with this. He was not going to save the beauty from the trap. In addition, the hero thought that no one else paid attention to his voice on the recording. Xiaoning is the only one who understands the situation Zhang Xueli found herself in. Angry at this answer, the lady shouted that now it is unknown what fate awaits Xueli, because they can do whatever they want to her. According to the boy, he does not know what they can do with her, since some are born with bad beginnings, and do not consider it necessary to save people. Professor Guo was never guilty of such acts, and if the young man had not helped him, then who knows what the end of the story would have been. He just wanted to help him, because no one else would have done anything. After listening to her interlocutor, Zhao Ning was still dissatisfied, because she felt sorry for her classmate. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming was passing nearby and immediately noticed that Xiao Ning was standing near his friend's table. However, judging by the girl's behavior, it was completely unclear why she was so angry, as if he had greeted her in the wrong way. The main character was easily able to explain what happened between them, because he said that Xiao Ning simply had a heightened sense of justice. Laughing at the answer, the comrade brought coffee, which he paid for himself, and said that there was no need for gratitude. Smiling maliciously, Li Xiulai thanked his comrade, saying that he was like a son to him. But Jiang Ming did not like the comparison, and he called the young man a boy. Sometime later, events continued to occur at the university, the professor thanking the student for what he had told him earlier. In fact, the teacher admitted that at that moment he did not know where to go, and he no longer wanted to live. The smart boy knew exactly what the teacher was thinking about, which is why he was saved. Fortunately, Li Xiulai, on the darkest day of the professor's life, became like a ray of light that helped him survive. The gray-haired man was sincerely glad that there was justice in the world, and his student was doing good deeds without even asking for anything in return. After thinking a little, the professor also remembered that he still had to discuss the diploma with the student, since there were corrections there. After classes ended, events continued to occur near Liao's house. The kind girl met her friend and said that in recent months she had been working hard on writing her work. The writer, holding her creation in her hands, explained that the publishing house had sent her several copies, and she wanted to share one with Li Sulai as a sign of gratitude to her biggest fan. This was a great honor for the main character, and he asked Liao to sign this copy because when she becomes famous, he will proudly show this book to everyone. At that moment, the young man realized that he was not so happy even when Yang Feilong offered him cooperation. The joyful Li promised that he would definitely read everything in the near future, but Liao only coldly agreed. It was clear from the girl's behavior that something was wrong with her, which is why Li decided to find out what was wrong. However, the interlocutor replied that nothing had happened to her, but the guy insisted that she talk about her problems because in the end, he could help, because it's not often that famous writers come to ordinary people. As it turned out, next week her mother would come with her brother to see her, and it was not clear why her brother would come to this city because her parents said that he was bad and provincial. However, now they say that they are very busy, which is why it was necessary to look after his brother and shift responsibility onto Liao. Hearing this, the young man immediately realized that the situation was heating up and wanted to find out more about this problem. Recently, Liao has become popular, and my brother saw the amount of the fee and then asked if she was the same Liao Kexin. The sad girl did not deny it at that moment because she wanted to prove to her parents and brother that she was capable of much, but they decided that since she could earn money on her own, she should immediately complete her studies and transfer money to them. This happened because, according to the mother, what kind of pitiful manuscripts can be written from home, and her brother is in high school, this is the most responsible time. So she cannot leave him, which is why she needs to take an academic leave and start raising him. Feeling dissatisfied, the daughter began to explain to her mother that she tried very hard to enter the university, but the woman didn't care since Liao could become a good nanny. If she took care of her brother, he would get even more points than her. After listening to the interlocutor, Li Shulai decided to find out what she thought about this situation. Liao, in turn, explained that she could not quit her studies, but she really didn't want to sacrifice her future for her brother. The hero was sincerely confident that if her friend continued to stand her ground, then her mother would not be able to do anything to her. Liao would be able to become financially independent in the future and get out of the control of her parents and would decide everything herself. The young girl decided not to give up studying and writing, but was sure that her parents would still reject her. Smiling, the comrade explained that sometimes family ties can really only get in the way, because the girl herself understands this, but it is not known what exactly she is afraid of. Still, the main character and his friend decided that they could wait for her parents to arrive, and then they would think about subsequent actions. All this time, Xiaoning was watching the company, and she was probably very jealous. The girl was really unhappy that Li was hanging around her for the second time, as if he liked her. Although, according to the blue-eyed girl, it was funny since Liao was not beautiful enough for this. The indignant girl began to approach and shouted the boy's name in order to attract attention. Suddenly, the interlocutor suggested that the boy was probably currently fulfilling the task that his grandfather had given him. Kind Liao decided to say goodbye to her friend, saying that a classmate was probably looking for him. Continuing to watch Li Shulai, Xiaoning was unhappy because as soon as she approached, the hero immediately stopped laughing, and because of this she felt that she was scary. Trying to attract attention again, the classmate wanted in every possible way to be looked at. A little alarmed, the interlocutor decided to remind her that grandfather asked Li to come to training. Sometime later, events continued to occur on a busy road where many cars were driving. The main character and his companion traveled in one of the expensive cars. The boy rode silently all this time and thought about his future plans, which made Xiaoning feel quite awkward. All this time, the girl wanted to find out what exactly her friend was thinking about, because he didn't talk to her. Blushing heavily, the lady nevertheless decided to find out about the young man. Whether he really had a good relationship with that girl, it looked like they were dating. Hearing this statement, the hero immediately smiled as it amused him. As if nothing had happened, Li Shulai sat closer to the girl, which confused her even more. Feeling ashamed and strange sensations, Xiaoning still decided to find out what exactly her comrade was doing. However, upon hearing this question, the young man only smiled and did not want to answer. Blushing again, The young girl suggested that the interlocutor was probably angry with her, although in fact she had not said anything like that. Laughing, the hero suggested that it was Xiao Ning who was interested in him, because otherwise, it is completely unclear why she asks such questions regarding Liao. This statement caused anger and rage on the part of the interlocutor, which is why she began to scream, that it was all because he used to run after her, and then stopped. And it was very strange. The young girl and the rest of the students noticed this because Li really acted differently. The unshakable boy exclaimed that he really liked Xiaoning before. However, these feelings had already passed, and now Sulai felt absolutely nothing for the girl. Now the main character was her grandmother's student, and she should call him uncle and mentor, and he was not interested in falling in love between uncle and niece. Bowing her head, the girl couldn't believe that Li didn't like her now. Looking at his interlocutor, the young man could not understand why she began to remain silent, since they had previously discussed seniority, and suddenly she became silent. The sad and embarrassed lady still tried to understand why the young man didn't like her now. Confused, Xiaoning assumed that the girl replaced her because it seems that she is much more attractive to Li. But the hero explained that Liao Kexin is his spiritual teacher, and he admires her, but she is not his girlfriend. Realizing how beautiful Liao is, the young man only said that he was currently unworthy of her. The interlocutor did not understand why he thought so, since the boy was really different, not like the others, but Li did not want to talk about it anymore. He liked Xiaoning, but that was decades ago. Before the rebirth, he was in love with her. He ran around like a little dog, but now everything has changed, and feelings no longer have a place in his life. The determined young man now understood that there was only a place in his heart for business, since it needed to be developed. At that moment, the interlocutor remembered that Li had previously told her to think about more serious things than relationships. When this conversation took place, the girl thought only later that these were just excuses, but it seems her classmate was really telling the truth. Thus, she assumed that she might not be able to reach him at this time because Li Shulai was already somewhere far away and was out of reach. Sometime later, events continued to occur near the mysterious building where the cultivator was improving his abilities. Watching the great master, the two not very strong cultivators were simply amazed by the phenomenal abilities. It turned out that it was Lin Shuiwei, and in an instant she looked at her guests, noticing that they had finally arrived. The two students were very glad that they were in this place today because it is not often that Lin is free. After all, she has a very busy schedule. The woman nevertheless decided to take a look at the teenager in order to check his level of magical abilities. What she saw next greatly amazed her, because she could not have expected that Li was so strong. The protagonist's magical power impressed one of the strongest cultivators as his true strength had increased since their last meeting. The cultivator nevertheless decided to find out from the teenagers what exactly they were doing this week. The young man immediately began to think about what exactly he had been doing during the week. Remembering the events of the past, the boy realized that he had broken Zhang Suili and restored Professor Guo's reputation. He also managed to go to the supermarket and practice with different grandfathers. In order to diversify his pastime, Li was even able to come to a cultural festival to sing and dance. However, he only said that he didn't really do anything, only helped a dear person once, trained every morning and learned to dance. Otherwise, everything happened as usual. After thinking for a while, Li also remembered that Zhang Suili had delayed him, so there was no time for business. At that moment, the elder only thought that his cultivation methods were indeed very strange, but in any case, she asked Zulai to go with her. At the same time, Xiaoning had to stay on the street because only the main character was required. This was indeed a little strange for the girl, since she did not expect that her grandmother would decide to only talk to Li. Getting even more upset, Xiaoning continued to think only about Li Shulai, and even suggested that she liked him. Events continued to take place in the mansion. It looked really luxurious. Looking around, the young man was truly shocked by how beautiful this building was from the inside. At that very moment, Lin Shuiwei ordered Li Shulai to take off her clothes, which was truly unexpected. The main character was literally scared and shocked, asking his mentor if everything was okay with her. The boy was embarrassed and exclaimed that he did not have time for this. He could only follow certain rules. Embarrassed and blushing, the young man explained that even out of respect for the elder, he still would not want to do such a thing. The elder continued to shout that she was ordering him to undress, because she only wanted to immerse the guy in the water and nothing more, which is why it was necessary to hurry up and do as he was told. Assuming that this young man was a dunce, the woman still did not understand why he was so embarrassed by her. Nevertheless, the main character realized that there was no other way out, and gradually began to undress, thereby fulfilling the request. At this time, the boy was only thinking about whether he really needed to undress in front of a person whom he was seeing only for the second time, as if this clan did not specialize in collecting energy, but in something else. Using her magical abilities, the woman struck the boy, thereby immobilizing him. Experiencing severe pain, Lee could not make a single sound but only continued to stand and remain silent. The strongest cultivator was not only strong in terms of magical power, but also in terms of physical strength and endurance, which is why she was easily able to knock the young man to the floor. Thanks to her magical skills, Lin Shuwei was also able to easily remove Li Shulai's clothes. As soon as the clothes were removed, the main character was already in the hot spring. Due to the fact that the boy was forced into the hot spring, he immediately fell under the water, and it was difficult for him to surface. Fortunately, Daredevil still survived and emerged from under the water, coughing a little. The indignant young man suggested that the teacher even used martial arts to get him to undress as quickly as possible. In the hot spring, Li Shulai's body became lighter, as if every muscle channel was relaxing, and he must have absorbed the energy of the water at that moment, which was quite strange. Not understanding what was happening, Li still decided to find out about the mentor, about what kind of water it was. The woman nevertheless decided to explain that this is a restorative pool, and the boy can rinse in it. While the young man was bathing, Lin Shuwei literally could not take her eyes off him and continued to watch. The main character's body was truly beautiful, and he had excellent physical fitness. This boy was like Apollo, who kindly came to Lin Shuwei and decided to take a bath in the hot spring. Greatly embarrassed, the woman realized that she urgently needed to clear her thoughts. Closing her eyes and tilting her head slightly, the elder exclaimed for Li Shulai to continue bathing. Feeling awkward, the hero did not understand what exactly was wrong with his teacher because she behaved quite strangely. Bowing her head, the woman nevertheless began to leave because she was very embarrassed. Starting to blush deeply, Lin Shuwei at that moment only thought that she felt very strange because this was her next student. But as soon as this student came here, her state of health immediately changed. The girl's face turned red and her heart began to beat faster as she was confused. Still, Lin couldn't understand why she felt like she had known Li Shulai for a very long time, even though it was only the second time they had seen him. Some kind of devilish thing was happening, and the main character was definitely involved in it, which is why the woman decided that it was time to examine his body. The boy, meanwhile, was watching everything that was happening and could not understand what exactly was happening to his mentor. Still, he decided to forget about what was happening, since such people very often have problems with their heads, and it would be better for him not to interfere with it. The cultivation of abilities began successfully, as this lake was quite unusual, and it promoted the improvement and regeneration of the body. Having taken the desired pose, the hero only had to feed the energy with his own body. Suddenly, standing nearby, Lin Shuwei turned around and continued to look at the young man. Without taking her eyes off Li, the teacher stared at him, without even hiding it. This boy was actually only slightly behind his mentor in strength, which greatly surprised Shuwei. The unusual hot spring helped restore vitality, which is why the strongest cultivators bathed in it. But the woman's attention was attracted only by one boy, who was her student. After reading the book, the woman remembered that the Isle of Modern Immortality Cultivators is the peak of the 6th rank. It is this threshold that she has reached, but she has a faint feeling that this guy will bring change to the world. Still, she decided that she should think about this issue a little later, but for now she should do something more important. Cultivating his abilities was quite difficult, but fortunately the young man managed to cope with it. Sitting in the hot spring was very hot for him because the temperature there was as if sitting in boiling water. Fortunately, the hot spring helped improve one's abilities, and this pain had to be endured. With every second, the protagonist's powers increased, and he surpassed his past achievements. However, during cultivation, Li Shulai still could not understand why the source became hot, because previously it was completely cold. In any case, the mentor was standing somewhere nearby, and in the future he wanted to find out from her what happened. Overcoming difficulties, the boy was going to hold out until the last to become stronger. The body continued to intensify. It literally exuded bright energy, and a yellow light came from the protagonist's skin. Lin Shuwei continued to observe what was happening, while at the same time she drank tea. Suddenly, the woman smelled a rather strange smell, inhaling it through her nose. When she smelled this smell, she immediately became embarrassed, and it greatly shocked her. Because of this smell, she instantly dropped her teacup, causing it to break. The woman's body literally began to tremble, and her face turned red again. She literally could not control herself. The head again had a strange feeling. His body did not stop shaking, and the sweating only intensified. Feeling strange, Lin Shui began to experience a strong fever that she could not shake off. This strange smell began to pass through the room in which the main character was located, together with his teacher, and reached other rooms. Xiaoning stood nearby and studied a new book, which described the first technique called 10,000 Thunder Strikes. This strange smell reached the girl and gradually began to rise from the floor straight to her head. Paying attention to the strange energy that surrounded her, the lady was simply horrified because she did not understand what was happening to her. A strange smell mixed with magical energy entered Xiaoning's nose, causing her to inhale it. This smell was very pleasant, and the lady began to inhale even more because she really liked it. Because of this strange smell, the student also fell to the floor and began to feel very strange. A strange feeling did not leave her. Her face turned red and drool began to flow from her mouth. The heroine's body literally began to tremble, and the same symptoms were visible that were previously present in Lin Shui. After some time, the teacher finally came to her senses, and she began to think about what was happening and where exactly this smell was coming from. Looking around, the woman noticed something strange and immediately drew attention to it. As it turned out, this strange smell came from the main character, who continued his cultivation in the hot spring. In order to cool the young man a little, the teacher began to act and used water magic. Instantly, Lin Sui decided to direct her magical abilities directly at her student in order to ease his suffering. Cold water immediately began to swirl around the main character, causing his body to gradually cool down. Thanks to these magical abilities, it was possible to get rid of painful sensations during cultivation. With the help of magical abilities, the teacher was also able to understand that Li Sulai's energy had leaked out and merged with the local yin energies. Thus, an imbalance occurred between the yin and yang energies, which is why this strange smell arose. Even more embarrassed, Lin Shui still admitted that her student had very strong yang energy, not like others. The woman had rather strange thoughts in her head. She didn't understand what exactly she wanted. Still, the embarrassed lady decided to convince herself that the yang energy must be controlled. It should not fall into the depths of the body. The mentor cannot succumb to temptation so easily, and one must be calmer. Suddenly, the woman realized that behind the door was Xiaoning, who could easily be affected by the energy. Because of this, the teacher immediately had concerns because she understood that the girl could be in danger. If the teacher can resist the energy, then Xiaoning cannot, since her cultivation base is still too small. As if nothing had happened, the young man continued to cultivate his ability and at the same time released a strange smell. Grandma Xiaoning had already made her way to another room, and there she decided to take a look at her granddaughter. What she saw shocked her even more, because Lin Shui couldn't expect it. Although the smell outside was faint, Xiaoning still fell under its influence, causing she to lie on the floor, her body trembling strangely, and she could not control it. To dispel Li Shulai's magical abilities, the teacher began to use her own abilities to influence Xiaoning. Gradually, the magic began to act on the student. However, she still could not control herself. Soon, the student's eyes began to close, as if she was about to fall asleep. And so it happened. Without understanding anything, Xiaoning fell asleep without beginning to control her body. Fortunately, the teacher was still able to deal with this situation, but her fears were confirmed. The main character's energy literally began to penetrate Lin Shuiwei's body, causing her to feel unwell. Experiencing strange sensations, the woman sighed heavily, because over time the magic weakened and she began to control herself. Sometime later, the hero decided to stop his cultivation because he was very tired. Looking around, the boy discovered that his mentor was no longer next to him. The young man has been in one position all day today, which is why his back is hurting, and he decided to warm up a little. However, as soon as Li Sulai came out of the water, a bright yellow light immediately appeared around him. The hero also began to feel quite strange, which is why he was very surprised. The strange sensation did change, and Sulai felt that he had become much stronger and his body had improved. Meanwhile, the teacher came into the room where her student was in order to look at him. The woman exclaimed that she congratulated Li for making his first breakthrough by entering the foundation stage. However, looking at his teacher, the young man could not understand why her face was so red. The embarrassed woman explained that the foundation stage is the first stage of cultivation, where he begins his path as an immortal cultivator. Absorbs the energy of heaven and earth and accumulates it in the body. When the accumulation becomes sufficient, quantitative changes lead to qualitative ones, and then move into the stage of laying the foundations. But if something goes wrong during the breakthrough, the process may begin to reverse. The channels will rupture, and the cultivation will come to an end. In case of a successful breakthrough, the channels will become stronger, so that in the future it will be possible to move to a new stage of cultivation. It was not surprising for the boy that after today's breakthrough, the difference in strength was felt colossal. As she began to leave, the woman asked the student to wash himself thoroughly, because official training would begin tomorrow, and as he was able to see, the results were already quite good. Looking at Li Shulai again, Lin Shui exclaimed for him to quickly get dressed. Although the young man felt embarrassed, he decided to get up because he needed to get out of the hot spring. The boy immediately began to cover himself because he did not want to walk around like that in front of his mentor. First, the main character waited until the woman left, after which he began to leave. At that moment, the teacher only thought that the source would simply adjust the energy of the protagonist. But who would have thought that he would make a breakthrough? Many cultivators require a special pill to awaken their own strength. Even Lin Shui had been in the hot spring for a week before her breakthrough. Moreover, normal people take about a year to realize the presence of spiritual roots in their body, but this guy managed to do it much faster. These thoughts immediately caused laughter in the woman, since she had never met such people before. The experienced teacher realized that she was finally able to find a genius who would surpass absolutely everyone in strength. This laughter was heard in all the rooms, which is why even the main character could hear it. In the boy's opinion, all the people in this building were really very strange, which made him a little shocked. Sometime later, events continued to occur in Lin Shuiwei's office. The woman talked about being Li Shulai's mentor. Therefore, she has her own privileges. The boy didn't even deny it, but simply decided to find out what exactly the interlocutor had in mind. As it turned out, using my privileges, the mentor wanted to eat well. Hearing this, the young man immediately became inspired and said that he would do whatever Zhuwei wanted. At that time, the hero only thought that thanks to his mentor, he had already reached the stage of laying the foundations. Suddenly, the teacher felt that her yang energy had stopped coming out. Because of this, she also continued to feel the consequences of the influence of the main character's energy. Looking at her student, the woman exclaimed that he should not sit still but should hurry up since she was hungry. All these events almost led to a disaster, but the guy's face didn't give anything away. Yet it was better not to tell him what exactly happened, because Lin Shuwei was ashamed of it. Putting his hand to his head, the main character exclaimed that he would immediately start cooking. Sometime later, events continued to occur in the kitchen. The smart chef prepared several dishes for his mentor in order to impress her. While cooking, the young man still wondered what exactly the mentor would cook, since she did not say anything about which dish she would prefer. Judging by her appearance, she was a straightforward person, but only this time she didn't say anything. Fortunately, the experienced boy realized that judging by her straightforwardness, tofu would be most suitable, which is why the lady should be satisfied. The boy could cook about 10 dishes for 3 people. Taking into account his abilities, today can become a holiday because he is at the stage of laying the foundations. As it turned out, Zhao Ning was watching the main character all the time, and as soon as he noticed her, she immediately became embarrassed. Blushing, the girl exclaimed that she would be happy to help her friend wash the vegetables. Li didn't need any help and said he could handle the cooking himself. However, the girl continued to insist that she would still help, since she had a lot of free time and nothing to do. Sighing heavily, the young man nevertheless agreed, although he did it reluctantly, although the assistants would not really interfere with him. As she began to wash the cabbage, the girl only thought about the fact that today she studied and read the manual all day. But suddenly she fell asleep after that, and then woke up on the bed as if someone had carried her. A little embarrassed, Xiaoning also remembered that she had a rather strange dream. In this dream, she seemed to be standing in front of a wall and could not do anything. However then, Li Shulai came and decided to hug the girl from behind. Soon they kissed in a dream, and remembering this, Xiaoning became even more embarrassed. The feeling during the kiss was simply indescribable, like a ship plowing through a storm. The feeling of a kiss could also be compared to the eruption of an active volcano. At that moment, the girl's body was filled with unusual energy, which then disappeared. Perhaps she was training in her sleep. Unfortunately, she didn't see this guy's face in her dream, but she knew for sure that it was Li Shulai. At that second, the girl had strange thoughts because she realized that this dream could turn out to be prophetic. Because of this, she even dropped the cucumber, after which she realized that she should not think about it anymore. The main character immediately noticed the strange behavior of the girl, which is why he decided to find out what was the matter. Looking at his friend, the boy noticed that she had not even washed the vegetables and began to leave, after which Xiaoning only told Li to wash the vegetables himself. It all looked as if the girl was offended by the boy, although in fact he did nothing. Feeling bewildered, the young man only thought that his classmate was probably sick. Who then did the girl remember that her grandmother said that he had broken through to the stage of laying the foundations, but she still couldn't. Perhaps she will need a little more time, because Li Shulai was ahead of her in everything. She could not keep up with him. Starting to cry and tremble, Lady thought that she probably liked this guy after all. Continuing to observe Li, Xiaoning revealed that he was not even angry with her after she refused to wash the vegetables. Having finished cooking, the young man decided to look at the dish and assumed that it turned out pretty good. While cooking, the boy noticed that Xiaoning was spying on him all the time. Laughing, the hero nevertheless decided to ask the girl what exactly she was thinking about. The shocked girl could not understand how Li Sulai could even find out that she was watching him. The boy, as if nothing had happened, exclaimed that the young girl should not hide since he knew that she was here. Embarrassed, Xiaoning began to make excuses, saying that she came here for her own business and not because of Li Shulai. As it turned out, before the hero was not concerned with what exactly the interlocutor did, but now he was higher in rank and had to pay attention to her actions. Taking Xiaoning's hand, the young man decided to find out what exactly was bothering her. This act confused the lady even more because she did not expect that her classmate would behave this way. Her cheeks immediately turned red and her gaze changed in an instant. The frightened girl immediately began to run away, saying that Li was a pervert. The main character clearly did not expect this, and such a statement on the part of his girlfriend greatly confused the young cultivator, who did not understand anything. A classmate did not understand at all what was happening to her, because they just took her hand, and she felt some strange urges. Closing her eyes and ears, the girl began to convince herself that she shouldn't look at Li like that. She couldn't give in to him. Still, the girl managed to assume that magical energy probably influenced her in this way. Meanwhile, the young man sighed heavily and, watching his classmate, realized that she was behaving like a child. In addition, one could say that Li Shulai is already over 30 years old, and Xiaoning is in her early 20s, so her actions seem childish, since she is from a different generation. A few minutes later, many different dishes were served on the table, and the main character wished everyone a bon appetit. The teacher praised his student, saying that he had done a really good job. The praise was very pleasant for the young man, which made him even a little embarrassed. However, looking at his classmate, the boy also understood that she was still angry. Suddenly, the woman exclaimed that she had a way to exactly remove the blockage in the Xiaoning channels. Hearing this, the girl immediately became happy and decided to find out exactly how this was possible. After all, if there was such a way, she was ready for anything. At that same second, Lin Shuiwei pointed straight at Li Shulai, which made him simply shocked. Not understanding what was happening, the granddaughter still decided to ask her grandmother why she was pointing at this guy. As it turned out, the teacher wanted Li Shulai to become Xiaoning's partner. Such a statement was indeed shocking to the unsuspecting young lady, causing her to blush and feel embarrassed. Instantly, she began to deny this option, saying that this was impossible and did not understand where her grandmother got such thoughts from. However, Grandma didn't understand what was wrong, because she saw that Xiaoning really liked Li Shulai. Getting up from the table, the girl started screaming that she didn't like him at all. She didn't even understand why her grandmother decided this. The boy at that moment only thought that Xiaoning clearly loved him, because otherwise she would not be offended that he stopped chasing her. Laughing, the grandmother did not believe her granddaughter and asked if she was really telling the truth. The granddaughter again continued to claim that she really didn't like Li at all. At that moment, the girl was thinking that if she engaged in paired cultivation with Li Shulai, it could lead to something, and it wasn't that bad. Sighing heavily, the grandmother nevertheless came to terms with her granddaughter's words. After all, the experienced woman understood that, indeed, the issue of double cultivation directly depends on their desire. However, this was just her suggestion, but the matter was quite important, which is why you need to think carefully. The lady, meanwhile, grabbed a bowl of food and exclaimed that they should eat quickly, because by the time they were talking, all the food would have already cooled down. Sometime later, the main character decided to tell his mentor that he wants to become stronger and thinks that something better could be come up with. In fact, the woman did not understand what was going on since her proposal turned out to be quite logical. Although this guy looked ordinary, he was definitely not that simple, and in the future, he could become a real cultivator. Sighing, The woman explained that she would soon find something else anyway. Hearing this, Xiaoning couldn't believe it, because she didn't expect that Li Shulai would actually refuse an alliance with her. A drama literally began inside the girl, since she did not want to engage in pair cultivation, but she did not want to listen to refusal either. Starting to cry, the lady assumed that the young man should help her, but she didn't understand why she refused. This guy not only missed the opportunity to get closer to her, but he is also establishing relationships with other ladies. The main character at that very second thought only that perhaps tonight he would bathe in the spring again. "You can come here even every weekend." Grandma exclaimed that she and Xiaoning would talk about her cultivation. In the meantime, she should eat, because who would have thought that a disciple would miss such a chance of cultivation? Bowing her head, the sad girl only agreed because she understood that she simply had no other choice. Sometime later, Lin Shui decided to take her student to the secret library to show him something. Turning around, the woman suddenly noticed that Xiaoning was walking behind them and was watching them. Suddenly, the girl told her grandmother that she was not feeling well, so they could go, and she would rest a little. Overall, the woman didn't mind, and told her granddaughter that she could really go and relax. A few minutes later, events continued to occur in the Qiyun Hall, namely the secret library. On the ground floor, all sorts of cultivation items were presented. On the second floor, there was a training room. On the third floor, there was a room with books about pills. The first and third floors can be walked around at any time. The most important thing now is practice. That is why the woman began to take out books from the library. Having taken out the main books, Lin Shuiwei ordered Li Shulai to read them by the end of the next week. The boy was immediately surprised, since there were indeed a lot of books. This was necessary, since the young man had already joined the cultivators late, and he needed to try his best. Smiling, Li convinced his teacher that there would be no problems with him. In his previous life, he could not even imagine such difficulties, but in any case, these were just books, and he was going to read them, after which it would be the end of the matter. The woman also decided to find out why her student refused to cultivate in pairs, since such a chance comes extremely rarely. At that moment, the boy was thinking that Xiaoning herself hated him in a past life, but he could not say about it, which is why he was going to keep this secret a secret. In any case, the head tried to coax an answer out of the young man and again asked why he refused. Smiling awkwardly, the young man explained that it seems to him that falling in love is a waste of time. There are more interesting things in the world. For now, he just wants to cultivate and develop in business. The head felt that his interlocutor's breathing and pulse were stable. It seemed that he was really not lying, although he was already quite mature. He was not interested in falling in love, which was unexpected. After thinking a little, the woman was shocked because she assumed that her student might be impotent. Turning around, the lady exclaimed that perhaps she could still help Li Shulai. This statement shocked the boy because he could not believe that the teacher himself would help him with his cultivation skills. Soon, the event continued to take place in the secret library on the second floor, namely the martial arts department. Money was very important for a career, but not for Lin Shuiwei, because that was not the main thing for her. After rummaging through her things a little, she finally found the necessary basket, which contained many different things. Looking at the basket with various things, the young man immediately decided to find out what it was. As it turned out, these were gifts that her followers gave her. She did not check exactly how much money there was. Looking at the basket, the young man realized that it contained many different bank cards. He was really shocked by such a gift and assumed that this gift was from heaven, because there should have been a lot of money on these cards. It turned out that help does not always lie in the practice of immortality, but can also come from one's own teacher. The bank cards also contained a statement indicating that Lin Shuiwei was a billionaire. After reading this extract, the boy was even more shocked and simply could not believe that the rich woman was so close to him. Now he realized that the 363 virtues that made immortals reach peak cultivation could also bring in a fortune, which made him shocked. In his opinion, now the mentor named Lin Shuiwei was the best woman in the world. Having taken one of the bank cards, the hero was already thinking about how to spend the money that was stored on it. The smart young man smiled, and yet decided that someday he would definitely return all this money. However, the woman did not care at all about this money, and she asked to take away this entire basket because it only took up space. She was not interested in such things. Li Shulai, hearing this statement, could not say a word and simply continued to stand rooted to the spot. For the first time in 2 lives, the young man felt the thoughts of rich ants, and they really impressed him. His dream literally came true in a few days. The hero was truly grateful to fate that everything happened exactly like that. The teacher also explained that after reading all the books, Li Shulai would be able to feel relief. This was not a problem for the boy, and he happily agreed, since thanks to such a gift, now he doesn't have to work. Soon the event continued to happen the next day. Sitting in the lotus position, the main character began to cultivate his abilities. Experiencing severe difficulties, he became stronger. Today the teacher was going to teach him how to breathe correctly. Although it looked quite simple, it was not, because he would have to breathe in a new way. The student was really ready for such severe tests, because he wanted to become stronger. Sometime later the training ended, and Lin Shuwei asked Li Shulai to come back, since Xiaoning was already tired of waiting. Thanking his mentor, the young man agreed that they would see each other again next week. A few minutes later, events continued to occur in the car. All this time, while moving together in the car, Li Shulai and Xiaoning did not talk to each other at all. This silent anger did not suit the girl very much, which is why she began to get angry. The boy was also uneasy at that moment. He felt rather awkward moving in the same car with the evil girl. Sighing heavily, Li decided to take the first step and asked his companion what was wrong with her. This question irritated the girl even more, and she did not understand why they were asking her this, because it was already clear that everything was because of Li Shulai. The evil lady in a rude voice asked the interlocutor if he wanted to break all ties with her. The question was indeed strange, which is why Li decided to find out why his companion decided so. The answer confused the girl. At that moment, she could not utter a word. The awkwardness made her turn away, causing her to gather her thoughts to ask another question. Blushing, the embarrassed lady asked if Li Shulai liked her in the past and asked her to answer truthfully. Smiling, the boy replied that he really liked her, but those were things of the past. This was the answer Xiao Ning wanted to hear, but she still didn't understand why Li didn't like her anymore. Having begun to get nervous, the interlocutor asked another question. It concerned whether Li Shulai liked her at the moment. Shrugging his shoulders, the young man only said that he now doesn't like almost anyone, because he is focused on cultivation and business. Although the young man looked like a 20-year-old guy, in fact he was already over 40 years old. The only thing that attracted him was girls in stockings and beautiful legs. In addition, he believed that it was better to simply cultivate and continue with his life. After all, thanks to cultivation, there will be an opportunity to become rich and relax in life. Using such methods of improving your own body, there is no point in wasting precious time on women and children. Starting to cry, Xiaoning exclaimed that Li was a hypocrite, because in her opinion, he began dating Liao, because she saw how he looked at her. This statement angered the young man, and he exclaimed that this was nonsense since Liao was simply his idol. This girl was like a deity from heaven. She needed to be worshipped, not slandered. The friendship of the protagonist with his idol could not be insulted. Angry, Li Shulai shouted that Xiaoning could insult him, but not his idols. One day, Liao would become part of the literary world. She would glorify all of China, and at the same time, he would help and protect her with everyone. But Xiaoning didn't believe that the ability to write novels was so cool. And if Liao is a goddess, then the girl did not understand who she was in this case. The arrogant boy looked at his interlocutor again and asked if she really wanted to know this. The embarrassed girl did not understand why the young man was laughing so much because he didn't look at her at all, and thought that she was some kind of stupid. Laughing, Li explained that he was just chatting and should not be taken seriously. After all, they are just a mentor and disciple. There can be no relationship between them. After all, Xiaoning also needed to find her meaning of existence, and since she is the granddaughter of his mentor, it would not hurt for her to grow up, and he should help with this. In fact, the boy was sincerely glad that Liao could write such novels. The development of soft power in their world leaves much to be desired. And this was a very big problem because the world is really cruel. Now the country is rapidly developing, not caring at all about its citizens. If you show good progress, you can be useful to society. Therefore, you need to work hard. The development of power depends on technology. But if hard power is not enough to become an influential actor in the international arena, then soft power comes in handy. Young people like them need to look to the future and try as hard as possible to achieve more. That is why the main character sincerely believed that it was necessary to help his state. But his interlocutor didn't understand at all what exactly he was discussing now. And it would be better if he just said that he didn't like her, because there was no need to come up with all these fables. The upset girl realized that the boy couldn't just reject her and decided to lecture her. Angry, Xiaoning exclaimed that this was not what she was asking at all. However, the hero realized that if the lady did not listen, then it would be worse for her, and it was completely unclear where she was rushing. A few days later, events continued to happen on Monday. Study began, and many students gathered in libraries to prepare for exams. The two girlfriends were talking to each other, and the dark-haired one noticed that Xiao Ning was worried about something. She instantly thought that it was because of the diploma. However, the girl's worries had nothing to do with her studies at all, but were due to something else. The concerned friend immediately decided to find out what was the matter, but she did not receive any clear answers. In any case, the brunette believed that it was necessary to focus on her studies, since the defense of her thesis was at the end of May, and they needed to redo a lot. At that same second, the interlocutor's gaze suddenly shifted to someone else and caused a strong shock. It turned out that it was Li Shulai along with his beloved Liao, who for some reason was laughing. This sight caused a great shock to the two girlfriends. They could not understand why Li communicated so dishonestly with Liao and did not even hide it. Alarmed, Xiao Ning immediately began to walk closer to the main character, and her friend began to stop her. Laughing, the girl immediately realized that her best friend was probably worried precisely because of Shulai. Looking at her friend's reaction, the brunette didn't know how to react to it. The enraged girl nevertheless decided to ask Xiaoning whether she liked Li Shulai. The embarrassed maiden at this moment was only thinking about why Li had changed so much. Even if it was hard to follow her, he couldn't give up so easily. He couldn't just give up on true love. After these words, the brunette immediately realized that her friend had fallen head over heels in love with Li Shulai. It was then that her friend decided to remind Xiaoning that Li Shulai had been chasing her for more than 3 years. Starting to cry, Xiaoning said that since childhood she was like a pearl in the family. She studied well, was one of the teacher's favorites, but Li Shulai no longer looked at her the same way. Mentally, she also understood that the young man had even given up on paired cultivation with her, and grandma wouldn't put in such training so easily. The friend literally had no words to respond to these statements. She just stood and silently listened to all this. The sincerely upset lady complained to her friend because she never even said anything bad to Li Shulai, although she snapped at him several times, but this is a test of love. However, while the brunette was well aware that this was too long and a strange test, in fact, Xiaoning actually said terrible things. Hearing such an answer from her friend, Xiaoning instantly became angry and did not understand why she was saying this, because in her opinion, Li Shulai was a real scumbag. But the girl with dark hair sincerely understood that her friend simply fell in love with this guy. Xiaoning continued to deny everything and said that she couldn't like such a freak as Li Shulai. The readers who were in the library were not happy about such a noisy conversation and immediately asked the girls to be quieter. Feeling extreme shame, the girl immediately apologized to those around her, closing her mouth. Continuing her thoughts about Liao, Xiaoning did not understand how she could be better than her, family background, appearance, or academic performance. She could not compare with a jealous girl. The friend still decided to believe that Li Shulai did not like Xiaoning, and she rejected him, which is why he tries to pretend to be indifferent. The brunette tried with all her might to calm her friend down, because she saw how she was suffering. Still, the girl sincerely believed that Li would come running to Xiaoning in a few years. The joyful girl nevertheless exclaimed that she was very grateful to her friend, since the scoundrel was simply pretending to be indifferent. When this scoundrel returned, she was not going to give him a chance, because now he would not be worthy of Xiaoning. Thus, we managed to calm the girl down, and she stopped crying and whining. Meanwhile, events continued to occur in the bank where the main character was. In the era where he was born, the young man could not believe that there would be a person who would just give away money. Having inserted a bank card into the terminal, the guy only thought that his mentor might have an account there for 10,000, which is not bad at all. In order to confirm his guess, the boy pressed the balance button. It's just that what he saw struck him greatly, which is why he was unable to utter a word. There was an amount with a lot of zeros on the bank card, and Li immediately began counting them. With horror, he realized that there was an amount of 2 million yuan on this bank card, which simply amazed him. The hero did not even expect such financial assistance from Yang Fei Long, and the mentor just gave him this money. Now, Li Shulai is indeed a wealthy man, but he still wanted to know how much money Lin Xuewei has. Because of these events, the young man began to think that he was a reborn man. The main character really worked hard to write a program that would literally change the world. The young man even managed to become popular, and he entered a narrow circle of interested people. This boy truly was an unrecognized hero who won many hearts. A few seconds later, the young man began to calm himself down, as he seemed to be arrogant. Everyone had to earn money by their own labor, but this amount of money was not his. Besides, if he spent money left and right, it would run out too quickly. The hero understood that he must learn not only to earn money correctly, but also to live honestly. Clenching his fist, Li Shulai still decided to settle down and collect his thoughts. After leaving the bank, the young man decided for himself that when the time comes, he will take this money. Meanwhile, Mr. Lu Dasi has already published this month's report. The company's turnover has decreased by 10% compared to last month, and if this continues, the IT chain of stores is likely to lose all its money. The businessman was very upset and understood that the collapse of the business could not be allowed. The development of electronic goods was inevitable, and yet it was necessary to understand how to increase popularity. As the influential man began to reflect on one guy's words, he realized that electronic products have their own logistics. The main character then told him that electronics have their own logistics, and they can increase at any moment, so you should be more careful. And if one day Lu Dasi needed help, then Li Shulai gave his business card so that they would call him. It was then that the man decided to get the same business card that the ordinary guy had given him earlier. Looking at the business card, the businessman could not believe that this could really be true. Sighing heavily, he nevertheless decided to overcome his feelings and decided that he himself would overcome the collapse of the business. At that moment, Lu Dasi had no idea that Yang Feilong's technology would successfully spread to the West. On the same day, everyone celebrated that Feilong's company's turnover had reached a new peak, and it was now one of the best companies in the country. All this was possible only thanks to one person, namely Li Shulai. Yang Feilong understood this very well. In a short period of time, the company gained incredible popularity, taking the lead. Now, Feilong has become a new leader in its field. One of the best businessmen in the country was now very interested in what other surprises awaited him in the future. A few hours later, the main character decided to choose a building to buy and circled several suitable options. The assistant immediately agreed with the boy's good choice, since he chose some pretty good buildings. At that moment, the hero understood that in the 21st century he would not be so lucky, since now the price of real estate is much lower. This, of course, was very unfortunate, but now there is an excellent chance to increase your investment. At first, the young man was going to sign the contract and then proceed to payment. For the assistant, this was not a problem, and she immediately agreed, saying that they could solve all the formalities within a week. It was really cool when you have money. The boy even started crying and remembering his mother. He really wanted to tell her that now he has a house. The girl at that moment only thought that, who would have thought that this gentleman would be so generous? There was not much difference between the houses, but he still made a choice in favor of several options. And in those houses that he chose, they either lived with stinking dogs or there was a murder. The guy was still very young and green, but Li Shulai immediately felt that the assistant was looking down on him. The current system provided compensation for living in such houses. In the future, housing prices will skyrocket, so buying a house is the easiest investment. The smart guy was going to buy a house, and after a while the prices will rise sharply, so he will definitely not be left without money. Moreover, his current house is being sold at a fairly affordable price, so he can save a lot of money. The transaction was successful and all documents were signed. Thus, the property was purchased. Now, everyone mocked the hero and considered him a complete idiot, but after a while, he will return all his investments. This will happen in a couple of months. It is then that manifestation will begin a new construction program. In any case, Li Shulai will not injure or harm anyone. He only stuck out what no one would definitely buy, which is why he is one of the most noble people. The next day, events continued to take place in the early morning, in the park, where the protagonist cultivated his abilities and reflected on the fact that when the demolition of buildings begins, the government will begin negotiations with the homeowners. The negotiation stage is indeed a very labor-intensive process. In the end, it is very difficult to fight greedy people. This is why in a past life some families became very rich. One should learn to negotiate so as not to fall into the abyss. The young man believed that many families at one time regretted that they simply did not know how to speak correctly. Otherwise, they would definitely have earned more. In the guy's opinion, it's better not to fight over several thousand yuan, but simply agree to a new home, and when prices rise, he can sell it at any time. Most importantly, if he signs the contract ahead of schedule, he will earn money before others, and this means that the money will be returned to the mentor faster. Having finished his thoughts, the hero finally woke up and was tired at the same time. Rejoicing today, Li Shulai finally finished his training and was now ready to begin his graduation work. A few hours later, the event continued to occur in Professor Guo's office, where he was already familiarizing himself with his thesis. The boy nevertheless decided to ask the professor whether he still needed to make corrections to his work. Even the question of how to lead the Feilong company to success did not put the guy in such a dead end. But he did this work for a month and still did not finish it. And even 12 books on cultivation did not exhaust him so much. Having placed the thesis on the table, the teacher exclaimed that this time the work was really good. The man really appreciated the thesis work, saying that it was of very high quality, and decided to find out from his student exactly what his plans were for the future. According to the teacher, Li Shulai was not only a person with excellent professional abilities, high moral qualities, and firmness of heart, but also his diploma was very good from the very beginning. But still, corrections needed to be made. Such a student was quite rare, which does not happen every day, and it was necessary to support his efforts. Moreover, he is also very reliable, one of the few who helped the man. After thinking a little, the boy exclaimed that he did not have a clear plan yet. Perhaps he would work for a while, gain experience, and then open his own business, because it was better not to speak self-confidently with the teacher. The teacher also decided to find out if the young man was free on the weekend, because he wanted to discuss something with him and introduce him to someone, and for Li, this was a great chance. Despite his plans regarding money, the young man did not intend to work from 9 hunk to 5 hunk in the office. He thought that Professor Guo would not just introduce him to his friends, and since he recommended him, it means he truly believes. Professor Guo has a certain reputation in the financial industry, and this is a rare networking opportunity that should not be missed. A friendly man told his student to get ready and keep him company for the weekend. The hero was really happy about this opportunity, which is why he happily agreed to the application. The young man also thought about his mentor and wanted to convey to her the news that he would be busy on the weekend, so he would not be able to come to class. At that moment, the lady was bathing in the hot springs and felt quite good. Suddenly, Lady saw that she had received a new message and immediately decided to read it. The package of messages literally flew through the air and headed straight into Lin Shuiwei's hand. Seeing the response to the message, the young man was surprised because the answer arrived within a few seconds, even faster than from the phone. The teacher conveyed a message that Li Shulai should not give up cultivation because she would be waiting for him. A few days later, events continued to occur over the weekend, namely at the meeting of Professor Guo and his comrades. Influential men talked about how one of them won a patent worth 30 million yuan, which was surprising, as it turned out. He won this patent due to his investment in the Feilong company. The businessmen were also amused by the fact that dinners were quite expensive for them. However, they understood that the more expensive the food, the greater the benefits of the meeting. Meanwhile, the main character and his teacher also came to this meeting. Seeing such influential people, the young man's reaction was simply immediate. The boy was really very surprised that such a large number of businessmen had gathered in one place. The hero really didn't expect that Professor Guo had such a high status, and at the university he was a completely unremarkable guy. The businessmen present immediately noticed Professor Guo and decided to greet him. The friendly man decided to introduce his companion named Li Shulai, and the young man immediately greeted the other participants in the meeting. The professor said that this guy is a very good student with excellent academic performance. There are really very few such students. Only he believed in him when he found himself in an emergency situation. The businessmen were sincerely surprised because Professor Guo had never brought his students to this meeting before, which made everyone realize that Li Shulai was indeed a great shot. Previously, the hero thought that this was an ordinary dinner, but who would have thought that there would be such influential people here? Sometime later, the men decided that they still needed to sit down and eat, since everyone was already hungry. Arriving at the dining room, the young man reflected on the fact that in his heart he was already almost 40 years old. So it was much more pleasant to communicate with his peers than with ordinary students. A few hours later, the main character and the professor had already drunk quite a lot of sake, which is why they were rosy and happy. A group of slightly drunk men were discussing very important issues, and were glad that they managed to meet such a great guy. One of the men admitted that Li Shulai really touched him. Even though he is young, he will definitely become much stronger in the future. The bright head of this red-haired boy will go far, because the businessman has seen many people in his life, but this guy was different from them, so everything will be fine. The ruddy man also regretted that they could not meet Brother Li. They had been able to meet earlier, However, the hero decided to take advantage of this and asked his new friend to call him when there was time so that he could learn more about his entrepreneurial activities. This was not a problem for the man, and yet he decided to ask his interlocutor whether he planned to get a job in the company, but the young man replied that he had not decided yet. The benevolent comrade handed out his business card and asked the hero to come to him at any time. Li Shulai was able to meet another influential person named Wang Jianling, and they also drank hot drinks together. Even the professor noticed that Li Shulai is not like an ordinary student, and he is a very entertaining person, which is why you need to keep in touch with him. After drinking a little more wine, the young man thought that everything was not really that simple. However, looking around, the hero saw something very strange. There was a girl sitting at the table. She looked very cold and upset. The fair-haired stranger did not say a word at the beginning of the feast and only continued to remain silent. All this time, the strange girl simply watched everyone, conditionally controlled them. Suddenly, the gaze of the main character and the stranger crossed, causing them to look at each other. At this point, Lady began to feel quite awkward. She immediately blushed as she was experiencing strange sensations. The group of influential people continued to chant the wonderful drink and did not intend to stop. All the people were already quite cheerful and happy, and their faces were red. The young man was still adequate and did not become violent, although he had already drunk quite a lot. The embarrassed maiden was reading at that moment, and at the same time sometimes glanced at Li Sulai. Soon, the young girl finished reading her book and got distracted. Concerned, Lady began to wake up her father, as he had fallen asleep right at the table. The blonde kept waking up her father and begging him to wake up. However, the man wanted to sleep and told his daughter about it because he had no desire to get up. Feeling awkward, the young girl did not understand what to do in such a situation. She didn't particularly want to communicate with a group of men, since everyone was much older than her. Uncle Wang was also sleeping. He was feeling pretty good, and he had no intention of leaving here. Other men nearby were also sleeping. There was no one to talk to. Bowing her head and blushing, Lady also realized that she really wanted to go to the toilet, but she was ashamed to ask where it was. Having shed a stingy tear, the daughter realized that her father had never drank so much. With every second I wanted to go to the toilet even more, and the modest girl did not know where it was. Suddenly, the main character paid attention to the girl and realized that she had been reading the book from the very beginning. But now she had stopped, as if something had happened to her. After thinking a little, the boy realized that she probably wanted to go to the toilet, and for some reason she was acting like a child. Rising from the table, the young man suddenly exclaimed that the stranger should take him to the toilet. It was at that moment that he realized that he had accidentally asked to be shown to the toilet, when in fact he was supposed to take the girl there. In 2 lives, the boy had never said anything like that. It was as if he had sunk into the ground and felt like a scoundrel. This was really very strange, since an adult man invited a girl to the toilet, and it was unclear why he even asked to accompany himself, because he is studying at the university and could have said something smarter. Feeling ashamed, the girl nevertheless agreed, and they were about to head towards the toilet. Initially, the young man did not understand what exactly they answered him, and was very surprised when he heard some words. The boy nevertheless decided to ask again what exactly the interlocutor said in order to make sure that such a request was refused. However, bowing her head, the girl still agreed to such a strange request. As it turned out, the interlocutor could no longer endure it, which is why she agreed to go with Li Sulai. The girl had no other choice since she was very embarrassed to ask other people to go with her. All this looked and sounded quite strange, which made the hero no less confused. When they walked to the toilet, the girl constantly looked around, staring at every passerby. The main character did not understand at all why she behaved this way, and she was so timid. Well, as it turned out, the fair-haired girl was scared. Suddenly, the cutie asked her companion to move a little slower. Walking past the crowd, she felt awkward, as if she was antisocial and did not want to interact with society. In fact, this whole situation was quite creepy. Even the main character felt ridiculous. All this time, it was as if they were playing teacher and child who were going somewhere. Thinking about everything that was happening, Li Sulai already wanted to leave the stranger, but he understood that she would not go anywhere on her own. Fortunately, after a few minutes, they finally came to the toilet. The young man exclaimed that the girl should go herself and he would wait for her outside. Feeling ashamed, the girl nevertheless agreed and began to walk towards the restroom. Following with his gaze, the hero made sure that the stranger got to her destination safe and sound. The young girl felt uneasy at that moment, but her desire to go to the toilet was much stronger than shame. Sometime later, the hero only thought that he would never have thought in his life that one day he would accompany a stranger to the toilet. Having done all her business and looking around with awkward movements, the girl began to leave her destination. Soon, she still saw her savior in front of her and immediately blushed. Trying to talk to Li Shulai, the blonde girl said hello, although she did it with difficulty. Timidly trying to continue the dialogue, the girl said that she had left and now they could go. Smiling, the young man only told her that now they could go back. Thus, they again headed to the place where the girl's parents and the professor were. The protagonist's companion was indeed very strange. He understood this very well. Showing his friendliness, the young man decided to greet the stranger, saying that his name was Li Shulai. Such friendliness was perceived quite bashfully, and the girl awkwardly opened her mouth. In a trembling voice, the interlocutor only said that in fact she had already heard the guy's name. The boy nevertheless decided to find out from his interlocutor what exactly she liked to read, because he saw her sitting with her head buried in a book. Directing her gaze to the floor, the girl admitted that it was a fantasy novel. Hearing this, the hero immediately understood something, and this surprised him even more. Now, Li Shulai realized that he would be interested in his interlocutor when she found out that he was a cultivator, although it would be quite provocative. Continuing the dialogue, the young man wanted to ask the girl something, but then changed his mind. The boy seemed just as ashamed of her and decided it was better not to continue this dialogue. At that moment, he realized that he had never been so silent in his entire life. Then he decided that it was better to continue to remain silent, so as not to incur punishment on himself later. Thus, they still managed to get to the place where the banquet was held. Looking around, the hero noticed something quite interesting. As it turned out, this was the same book that the stranger was reading. It was called The Fallen Princess and 18 Handsome Men. According to the main character, such a book was truly terrible enough not to even be interested in it. However, the girls really liked this fantasy novel. He could not even think that today's girls could like it. Sometime later, the event ended, and many influential people went home. Li Shulai decided to help his new comrade get home. Since the professor could not walk normally, suddenly, the young man heard someone talking to him from behind. As it turned out, it was the same stranger who decided to ask the red-haired man whether he would come to dinner next time, but he replied that it was not a fact. The interlocutor explained that as soon as he graduates from university, he will be very busy at work. This answer, of course, confused the blonde girl, and she became a little upset. However, if the interlocutor wants to meet a young man, she can always come to the university. But the girl already liked this answer. She was happy because there was a chance to meet such a handsome man as Li Shulai. Soon after this, events continued to occur in the city at night, where a company of two comrades began to ride in a taxi. Looking at the professor, the young man realized that he had drunk enough to fall asleep right in the car. During his youth, the main character also made very useful acquaintances, and it was not surprising that some were ready to do anything just to get to this dinner. Although there were a lot of older people there, they were all influential and rich, which is why such acquaintances are truly incredibly useful. However, some businessmen even forced the young man to drink, saying that if he did not do this, he would not leave this room. Everyone was really very happy to meet Brother Li, because it's not often you meet such a smart and young guy. After drinking a glass, they had to become real partners, and he had to do this in order not to lose his reputation. This is exactly how their party began, where everyone drank a lot. In fact, everyone drank too much, and I wondered if they would remember their friendship with the main character the next morning. Perhaps in reality, all these contacts would be useless. Only when they are sober will they be able to appreciate him. Otherwise, this is just a pretense. The hero realized this in a past life. But in any case, Li Shulai was very interested in what would happen now, because in this way he was able to meet some of the richest people in the city. Laughing, the boy decided that he would live and see what would happen next, because thanks to cultivation, he could live endlessly. And thanks to its intervention, the IT business is entering an era of high-speed development. Some of the businessmen suffered because of this because they stuck to standard thinking, which is why they did not develop. Reflecting on what was happening, the young man also realized that Lu Dasi may have felt the losses in his company, but it is unclear why he still could not find the hero. Such an intelligent and far-sighted man should have already understood the full implications, which led Li to speculate that he might be wrong. Or this impudent person named Lu Dasi simply managed to lose Li Shulai's business card. As it turned out, the date of theses is June 20th, that is, next Friday. The teacher asked everyone to hurry up with the corrections so that they would not break down the doors and tell everything carefully. Suddenly, the main character's friend was simply shocked by what was said, because he thought that there was still a lot of time before passing the diploma. The boy was really very upset because the professor had previously told him that his diploma looked more like a pile of dirt. Although he wrote everything himself, for some reason they did not approve of him. However, Li Shulai only said that he had nothing to say, since his diploma was successfully accepted. The young man was still upset, but Li was indeed telling the truth. In a past life, due to the death of Professor Guo, the main character defended his diploma very chaotically, and in general, he almost didn't stay for the second year. In this life, everything is different, and Zhang Ming will generally have a hard time. The comrade literally began to beg for help because he was confused and did not know what to do. Zhang Ming literally continued to press for pity, saying that they had been living together for so many years, and they needed to do a favor in order to save their friend. Still, Li Shulai's patience was not endless, and he agreed, saying that they should go to the library and look at the material for the diploma. Hearing this, the best friend was incredibly happy. He did not believe that Li really agreed, but the red-haired young man did not like the behavior of his comrade, and he even pushed him away, due to the fact that he greatly infuriated him. Min did not hide his love at all, and almost went to kiss Li, since help with his diploma was worth a lot. Feeling dissatisfied, the boy only began to assert that if his friend continued to piss him off, he would regret it. Meanwhile, events continued to occur near the university, where Xiaoning and her friend were spying on Liao. Judging by the face of the girl being followed, she was waiting for a guy, and probably Li Shulai, since he lived nearby. It was indeed so. The red-haired young man came to meet Liao. The friends immediately realized that the couple would probably have a date, which is why they decided to follow them. Soon they headed to the dining room, and the two girlfriends continued their surveillance. Xiaoning was clearly not happy. As it turns out, Liao decided to meet with Li because she had written a new novel and would like him to take a look at it. Hearing such a request, the boy was only happy, and happily decided to see what kind of novel his friend had written. The hero only thought that it was good that he managed to become a friend of the future celebrity. He was aware of all the changes. Moreover, he acts as the first reader. While reading a new novel, the boy's eyes literally glowed because he really liked the work. It was very pleasant to look at her reader, which made Liao very happy. Unfortunately, not all people liked the fact that Li Shulai and his girlfriend had such a warm relationship. Xiaoning was very angry. Out of powerlessness to endure this, the girl stood up and shouted that they were scoundrels. She was sick of looking at them. The angry girl continued to stand and tremble as if she wanted to say something. At that moment, she only thought that Li Shulai never looked at her. She deliberately walked by with a plate, and he didn't even glance at her, as if she didn't exist at all. Having started to think about what was happening, Xiaoning even decided that Liao was better than her. Meanwhile, the young man continued to read new scripts with pleasure and was involved in the process as much as possible. The young man literally glowed with happiness and blinded everyone around him. It was clear that he was truly pleased with the reading process. Xiaoning no longer found a place for herself and did not understand how to react to what she now saw. At that moment, the girl even thought that she was about to go blind, since the light from Li Shulai was really bright. A few seconds later, a bright light surrounded the girl, and she froze in place. Suddenly, she decided that even if Li Shulai didn't like her, that didn't mean she shouldn't be looked at. The impudent girl believed that she was now the hero's student, and they were connected. Looking at her friend, the brunette could not understand her behavior, and only looked mockingly. It was at that moment that she realized that her friend was clearly not having the best day. With sadness and longing, the girl understood that Li Shulai was trying to please Liao, that he had even completely forgotten about other people.